This is a herbivore and that's the dinosaur man.
Dinosaur man.
Paleoscience Shake, Paleoscience Shake.
Utah raptor is the most dangerous dinosaur around.
Ye 34-month and ISNH Velvety.
June.
You also see that happen on TV with some of these, like, you know, dinosaur digging shows. Oh, cowboys digging dinosaurs. You know, we're gonna sell this and make $1 million. You know, they don't know what they're doing half the time, and they just completely wreck those fossils, and it's heartbreaking to watch.
Sulfurian says, I'm curious, what's the most challenging part of your work that people usually don't think about?
Anything logistics, water, food.
Yeah.
Nobody anywhere thinks about that.
Yeah, just basic survival stuff out here in the field. Yeah.
Nice. This is leatherback country over here.
This is leatherback world. It'll be full eventually.
Yeah.
We actually have a couple hatchlings to show you.
Oh my goodness.
Yep. So one of our study nests hatched, so we've got a couple. We haven't checked them in yet, but we have them to at least
Holy
have like
cow.
real life turtles to show you guys.
That would be brilliant.
Yeah,
Oh my
that's
goodness, I was not expecting that. Yeah.
We weren't either.
Yeah.
It worked out.
Wow, how lucky are we? Holy cow.
Yeah.
There was a partial skull, I think, from the 1970s, 1940, but it wasn't very good. And then in the 2000s, they started to find one or two nice complete skulls of Thescelosaurus. And they found that it looked really quite different from Hypsilophodon. It had like a long pointy snout and various other features that mark it out as being quite distinct. So a number of years ago, let's say 3 years ago, actually no, it was pre-COVID, so it would have been about 2019 probably. We climbed into the pit and we got out our saw and we sawed the head off the Thescelosaurus. And I tell the kids, as is traditional in Britain, I put it on public display.
On a pike,
Yeah, on a spike, to serve as a warning for other dinosaurs. And we got a cast from a Trebold of a nice reconstruction of the real skull and stuck it on there. And
Oh, yeah, this stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Got a lot of history. She hasn't done the biggest stuff, though.
Okay. Ready? 1, 2.
Forget what her Nice.
Nicely done. All right.
Scared the crap out of me.
I didn't know that was going on right now. Holy cow. Did you guys see the flip? Incorrect. Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? No. No. I've never seen this before. That's insane. What? Twalris says Pokemon set back the understanding of evolution to the public by like 20 years. Maybe, yeah, because the things that shoot, when a Pokemon evolves, that's not evolution. It's not evolution at all. It's not how evolution works. That would be ontogeny. There you go. Yes, thank you, Lenena. Perfect timing. Ontogeny are the changes that happen when an organism changes throughout its lifespan. So like a frog going from an egg to a tadpole to a frogling to an adult frog, that's changes in ontogeny. That is not evolution. So Pokemon lied to you, I'm afraid to tell everybody. I'm sorry to tell you. Not afraid to tell you, but it is unfortunate. Pokemon lied to you. Sorry. There we go. Let's see if this is any better. So many interferences. I think we can use that. Yeah. Let's go with that.
And then we have, this is like more of like our hashy material.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh.
Oh, what is that?
I don't know what that is.
Huh.
Dana, do you know what that is?
No.
Interesting.
That is crazy. We should probably collect that.
Yeah, it's in the plant hash layer.
Weird.
The plant hash layer has more like diverse stuff that isn't just like leaves.
People talk about like, oh, what does life mean? You know, what is my purpose? Where did we come from? Well, the thing is, paleontology tells us where we came from. If people want to ask that question, then I hope that they'd be willing to, you know, look at the facts about that. Look at the evidence. Look at the fossils that actually teach us about that, you know? So I don't know. That's kind of a rambling answer. Hopefully that gives you something to work with. I don't know. That's the sort of thing that gets me up in the morning, you know? Paleontology gives us context, gives us perspective that we wouldn't otherwise have. That's pretty cool. That's one of the things that makes us human, that we can not only ask, where did we come from? How did everything here come to be? We can actually find the answers. Anyway, and SB says, is there a reason why you couldn't just plop a big tent on the site and work all year round? Funding? Funding, yeah. We have, I guess, a few $100s for food here, and that's basically our budget. Yeah. Ethan and Don and Jim They're getting paid out here. I'm getting paid, I guess, through Twitch, through these live streams. But no, I'm volunteering here. I don't get paid to do this. So we've got a few $100, I guess, for fuel and for food, and that's it. Yeah. It's kind of ridiculous, you know. Dinosaurs are big business for Hollywood, for video games, for toy manufacturers, for everything else. But the people who dig up the dinosaurs, we don't see any of that money. Yeah. Anyway. I don't know, like a world-class tarpologist. You see the hat right there? Yeah. So, Don, what is tarpology and why is it important?
Tarpology is the art and science of constructing shade tarps.
There we go, like we see here. Yeah.
Surface temperature is 150 degrees right now.
Right, yeah.
It's the only way you can survive doing this kind of work this time of year.
Right.
So yeah, we do this conduit and corner system, and then
Ontogeny.
it's nice because it's portable and adaptable, and usually some paleontologists, river rafters tend to be expert tarpologists.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so it's just
It's the sort of thing that makes this sort of work doable.
yeah.
You know, we would not want to be out here in direct sunlight because.
Lots of them. So yeah, we
Yeah. Well, what's our
we were
current
able to
temperature?
just get it set up this morning.
What does that say? I can't read it.
It says 106.
It's a new addition for this year. Yeah, again, there's not too much to show in the actual quarry itself right now, given that we just got here yesterday and started digging. And we're just approaching the bone layer again right now. But this whole area where Fisher's working and where Justin is sitting right there, we're going to be removing a lot of this to get down to the bone layer, and then once we're down in the bone layer itself, the pace changes. We start working with hand tools, going a lot more slowly, because you don't want to be using a pick or a shovel where there might be bone. You want to use smaller, more precise tools as you're working more slowly so you don't actually destroy any of the bones.
You should really tell Luffy to you know, maybe watch something educational, not this trash, you know. Luffy, you know, watch something that's good for you, you know? Some Reading Rainbow, perhaps. Green Fairy Light's nice. Yeah. A dinosaur stream's so good, even the dinosaurs watch it, says Galrox. I'm flattered. What can I say?
How do you estimate how many animals you have there? You know? It's like, imagine you have, you know, a whole bunch of different cars and they all get torn apart in a junkyard. And the pieces are just scattered around. How many cars you've got? Well, what you try and do is find only one per car. Like, say, steering wheels. I don't know. Most cars don't have more than one steering wheel, right? You could count the number of steering wheels, and then that gives you a rough approximation of how many cars are there in the junkyard. Would that make sense? Here, they did that with the basioccipital. So with the occipital condyle, that's the ball-like projection that comes off the back of the skull. You know, it looks like a trailer ball, and that's what attaches the skull to the neck. And so by counting the number of those that they found, they said, we've got 40 so far of these animals.
Oh, so fired. There was a big pile of rocks on top of it. Fisher. Oh, and it's on live stream too.
Oh.
Oh, he's so in trouble. Ruined. Should we tell the story of why I am so upset?
Should we? Please.
I think so.
Yeah.
We have these nails that we use to make our mapping grid.
Yeah.
Later, if you want, I could show you one of the maps from last year.
Can you point to the nail right there?
Yeah, there's one here.
They're, as you can tell, Chet, they're kind of hard to spot sometimes.
Yeah. And there's little nails, and we have some larger nails.
Yeah.
That one says 50 east, 96 north. So the north line goes this way, east-west line goes this way. And so when we map the bones, we have a little meter square that we put over, and then we draw our map on our little square of graph paper. And so that's how we map the bones in. And it's really nice to have the grid squares from last year, because that way it's consistent, and then we don't have to reset the grid, which also has some inaccuracies. So I always tell people the most important thing out here, even more important than the fossils or our health or having dinner, is to make sure that you do not mess with the nails. And so Fisher knows that well. He's been here for 3 seasons. And that one was kind of a vulnerable nail because we are moving dirt here. And so that we wouldn't mess with it, we actually put a big pile of rocks around it.
Oh. Well, that disguised the nail.
Covered it in matrix.
Somebody
and then...
forgot that there was a nail under the pile. The tag is gone. No dinner for him tonight.
And there's this vertical S shape to their neck. This is actually a split in the turtle family tree. So at one point, both of these groups had a common ancestor. There were 2 species that split off from that, and they have since become 2 entirely different groups of turtles. You know? Yes, 2 turtle groups, both alike in dignity, in fair Pangea where we lay our scene. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see everybody right now. Happy Monday. It is August 24th, 2026. And I've got some good news to share in just a minute. So I'm glad you could be here. But first, for anybody who might be new here, and I know there are probably at least a few brand new people, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Hopefully, you're already aware that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. And fossils happen to be the preserved remains of ancient living things. So paleontology, being the study of fossils, deals with everything from fossilized bacteria to fossilized bears and baleen whales, from fossil ferns to fossil frogs and everything in between. Dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg, but dinosaurs happen to be mostly what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, mostly what I excavate in the field. Dinosaurs are my specialty. Well, I'm starting to branch out a little bit into other things too, like I'll be talking about. Exciting news today. But anyway, the whole point of these streams, paleontologizing, is to try and give you a first-hand peek into how fossil science really works. Not just showing you the end result, but showing you the process, walking you through it, whether we're out in the field excavating fossils, live on camera, like I did for close to 2 months this summer, to being here in the office and going over new scientific papers, introducing you to the scientific literature when new journal articles get published, talking about them, talking about what's new and hot and controversial and ongoing in the world of fossil science, especially as pertains to dinosaurs, because that's what I actually work on. So the whole point of these broadcasts is to show you the world of paleontology, not as like some arcane body of knowledge, not like a dusty book sitting on a shelf somewhere, but as an ongoing process. Paleontology is something that we do, and it's always changing. We're always learning new things, making new discoveries, testing old ideas, moving forward with it. And it's relevant to your everyday life. That's a big part of these streams too, is how fossil science matters. How understanding the history of life on Earth can improve your daily life. Give you a perspective that you didn't otherwise have, be a source of joy and wonder and meaning in life. So welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm glad you're here. Let's see who's here in the chat, and then we'll get into our news. We already lost the top of the chat. Too many messages, but I think I saw Kodali up at the top. And there's Claire Burr. How are you doing, Claire? Welcome, welcome. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Wombat Hole, what's shaking? Charlie's Dragon. Hello, hello. Thank you for everything you do too, Charlie's Dragon. Naya Mayo. Howdy, howdy. Art and Art, what's shaking? Arle, good to see you, Dad. I hope you had a good weekend too. Hope all is well. Randomness, 1991. leaving us on a cliffhanger. Yes, I'll get to that. I'll get to that. First, I want to say hello to everybody in chat. Ten Glouchy, rather. What's shaking with you? Koakinesis. Howdy, howdy. And Karachan says, hello, Danny. Hello, chat. Hello, right back at you, Karachan. Good to have you here. Dark Muppeteer. Howdy, howdy. Fake 2D. Glad to see you back. Win528. Hello, hello. Otter Do It. Always lovely to see you. Howdy, right back at you. Scrolling. Humped Easy says, let's go. Glad you're here too. Welcome back. Cactus Jack is here. So is Zyrafire. Tolkien Otaku, Pumpkin the Cat. Alexander Morrison says, hello, hello. Welcome back, Alexander. GDev and Magos Informaticus. And, somebody was asking about the skull on the wall. Ooh. Not Dinokairos, but it is a plant-eating dinosaur, but from the opposite side of the dinosaur family tree. If I had the lower jaw on there, it'd be a lot easier to recognize, but what is this skull, chat? Kevin661 and Digital DAC, hello to you. Hey Key, howdy, howdy. Geeks Tour, what's shaking? Heptacularaptor, welcome back. Not Platyosaurus, Charlie's Dragon, no, I'll give you a hint. Big hint. We happen to have emotes of this dinosaur on this channel. In fact, they were our first two-part dinosaur emotes. Claire Burr got it right there. Yeah. Stegosaurus. The lower jaw is over here. Let me go grab that, and I think it'll really click once we put the lower jaw on. But yeah, it does make it tough, Claire. Here, let me show you. Denaries and denaries and angulars and serragulars and lenticulars and all that. There we go. Does that help? Does that look more like Stegosaurus? That really deep lower jaw like that? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But weird when it doesn't have that, right? It looks weird. You're not used to seeing Stegosaurus without a lower jaw. Yeah. Oh, and very cool, Alexander Morrison. Jim Kirkland was involved in that. Yeah! There was a book about that, too. By the way, it's Jim's birthday today. We'll see if he shows up here in the chat. But, I made him a little birthday present, too, which I'll show you later. But, yeah. Friend of the stream, Papa Jim. Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland, discoverer of Utahraptor and Gastonia and scads of other dinosaurs. It's his birthday today. So, I'll show you later what I made for him. But first, well, I'll tell you our exciting news in just a minute. But, Hogan, thank you for the 42 months of support. At tier 3, no less. Holy cow. Thank you, Hogan, for that impressive level of support. Karachan, thank you for the 16 months of support. And Cast Me All Black, thank you for the 34. Randomness, thank you for the 3. Thank you, everybody. This is literally my full-time job. This is how I make my living. Modest though it may be, is streaming here on Twitch. This is literally how I pay the bills. Thank you for making that possible with your contributions, your support. It's a dream come true for me to be able to do this, to be able to continue my scientific studies and also share that with the world. I'm incredibly lucky, and it's because of good folks like you. We've got a sub-goal set for this week. We'll talk about our schedule and everything. But yeah. And Koakinesis wants to know, Thyreophorans are the armored dinosaurs, right? That is correct. Yeah. Stegosaurs, ankylosaurs, nodosaurs. Nodosaurs are a kind of ankylosaur, but not ceratopsians, nor their subgroup, the big ones, ceratopsids. Those guys are marginocephalians. So let me show you. There we go. Dinosaur phylogeny. That'll work, I guess. Well, it doesn't... Yeah, it's not quite labeled in the way that I would like. There we go, that'll work. So here's an evolutionary family tree of dinosaurs, really simplified one here. The biggest group is Dinosauria. These are all the dinosaurs. They all evolved from one common ancestor, which is why they're all dinosaurs. Here's the Saurischian dinosaurs over here. Your sauropods, your theropods. Birds are a kind of theropod. But I like how this tree kind of lumps them all together. Saurischians are over there. We're focusing on the ornithischians for this clade. You can divide dinosaurs into two major groups, the ornithischians and the Saurischians. Respectively the bird-hipped and lizard-hipped dinosaurs, which is kind of funny because birds actually evolved from the lizard-hipped dinosaurs. Don't worry about it. These terms were published long before we ever realized that birds were a kind of dinosaur. But anyway, within Ornithischia, the so-called bird-hipped dinosaurs that don't include birds, you've got these different groups. Thyreophorans are the armored dinosaurs. That's your stegosaurs and your ankylosaurs. Thyreophora or Thyreophora, tomato, potato. These are your ankylosaurs and your stegosaurs. Things like Scelidosaurus and Scutellosaurus are part of this group too. They're your armored guys. Armored, spiky, all that. Your ceratopsians are part of Marginocephalia, so they're related to the pachycephalosaurs. Marginocephalians, pachycephalosaurs, and horned dinosaurs. There we go. And not all of the horned dinosaurs even have horns. Things like Protoceratops don't. But the name Marginocephalia, it means like margin-headed, so they all have like a shelf on the back of their head. In the horned dinosaurs, this turns into a big frill. And in the pachycephalosaurs, it's just kind of a little shelf. And they've got sometimes the big dome on top of their head. But yeah, does that make sense? Anyhow, yeah. And Eddie indeed says birds are lizards? No, that's not true, actually. Dinosaurs are not a kind of lizard. Dinosaurs and lizards, really far away from each other. Lizards are a particular group of reptiles. They're not close to the dinosaurs. So... I'll show you. Look at our interactive tree of life here. Yeah. Anywho, let's go to reptiles, the sauropsids, over here. There we go. So there used to be all different kinds of reptiles. Now there's just two major groups. There's the archelosaurs, the birds, turtles, and crocs. Dinosaurs are part of this group too, because birds evolved from dinosaurs. It doesn't say dinosaurs on here because this tree only really shows living groups. Big extinct groups are not on here. But anyway, the other side of the reptile family tree is the lepidosaurs, which is lizards. Lizards actually include snakes. Snakes are a kind of lizard. And the Tuatara, the one surviving member of this once grand and diverse group, the Rhynchocephalians. So anyway, lizards are on the opposite side of the family tree of reptiles from dinosaurs. Lizards and dinosaurs, not close relatives at all. Within Reptilia, they're almost as far as you can get within modern Reptilia. You can't get much further away and still be a reptile, if that makes sense. So yeah, So birds are reptiles, exactly, Eddie, indeed. Yes. Yeah, and we've known this for a fact for about 20 years at this point. 25, maybe. What's the name that I'm looking for? Mark Hallett has a lovely classic illustration that kind of celebrates this idea that birds evolved from dinosaurs. It's a little out of date, but this guy should have feathers here. Feathers actually go really far back in theropod evolution, we think. But anyway, yeah. It had long been a mystery. Like, where did birds come from? They were this mysterious group of animals, you know? What are birds? Where did they come from? What's their deal? And now, largely because of a lot of feathered dinosaur fossils from places like Liaoning province in China, it's no longer a mystery. Now, we know where birds came from. They're dinosaurs. They're a kind of dinosaur. Yeah. Anywho. And Freelancer says we don't want any flying snakes? Don't go to Sumatra then, Freelancer, because they've got them there. Yeah. And Otter Do It says saw the Archaeopteryx fossil at the Natural History Museum last week. The one in London? You went to the NHM? The Natural History Museum? The Natural History Museum, rather? That's awesome. I got to see that last November. That's so cool. Uttered it here. Let me show you a picture, and then we'll do the flying thing. Let's see. When I was at NHM London. Here it is. My photo of the London Archaeopteryx specimen. Part and counterpart. This is not the super famous one that's in Berlin, but this was the original. This was... Yeah. You have that tuna? That's so cool, Otter Do It. And I have a cast of it also. Or, not a cast, a 3D print. Which I really need to finish. I'm not sure where I put it, but it looks like this. It's 3D printed. Yeah. And, oh, and Wild Alexander. Tegu Yowza. That's an interesting group of lizards. Anyway, Mayor Spaces, the museum expertly lit this display. They really did. Yeah, casting shadows across this part, so you can see the relief on the feathers. If you were just to hit it head on with light, it wouldn't look like much of anything. But here you can actually see those feathers, which is so cool. And Eddie indeed says, as I remember, some people called the Archaeopteryx fossil a hoax. We were just talking about this last week, actually. I have the book. Archaeopteryx, the primordial bird. A case of fossil forgery? By Fred Hoyle, Nobel Prize winning astronomer. He really kind of went off his rocker toward the end of his life. And, it's a little embarrassing, honestly. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. They have a new explainer on the glass headlines, dinosaur or bird. It's excellent. That's really cool, Underwood. That's really cool. Yeah. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. And no bell disease. Exactly, Magos Informaticus, yeah. Yeah. Oh, and Fred Hoyle didn't think that birds evolved from crocodiles, or crocodilomorphs, crocodilomorphs. He just straight up didn't believe that organisms evolve. He thought that they mutate because of alien space viruses that would descend to the Earth. It's a bonkers idea. Still is a bonkers idea. Zero evidence for it, but I don't know. Sometimes you get a Nobel Prize and you lose your mind, and that seems to have happened. I'm being uncharitable here, but yeah. He was usually bang on, says And It Then Did, which I think that's a very clever joke from And It Then Did, because he also was vehemently opposed to the idea of the Big Bang. He was a steady state theorist. So yeah, and we did talk about it here, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we can talk about this in depth another time. I'm sure we will. But and you know what? I'll skip the flying snakes for now. You can look it up if you're really curious about it. But
We've got them! Amazing! 70 million-year-old
what's this?
dinosaur eggs! And they're perfectly preserved!
Uh-oh, I don't trust that kid. Luke Louch, thank you for the 20 months of support. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. I appreciate it. And Digital Dax says, what makes a dinosaur, since there's so many types of species? So, like I said earlier, when I was showing you this diagram, all dinosaurs evolved from a single common ancestor, from one species. We haven't found that species yet, but someday we might. We found ones close to it. Any group of living things that's actually related to each other is what we call a clade. A clade is an evolutionary group that includes the ancestor and all of its descendants. So Dinosauria, the dinosaurs, are a clade. They're a group of living things that all evolved from one ancestor. So by definition, they're all related to each other. In the same way that you're related to your relatives, you share common ancestors. Although the family tree kind of flips upside down when you talk about... Anyway, we're not going to get into that. All dinosaurs, from Triceratops to magpies, they all evolved from one common ancestor, which is what makes them dinosaurs. And that's why crocs over here are not dinosaurs. This whole group, not dinosaurs. Pterosaurs, not dinosaurs. Turtles, not dinosaurs. Lizards, including snakes and mosasaurs, not dinosaurs. Mammals over here, not dinosaurs. They all have different ancestries. But you could go further and further down that tree until you get to all life on Earth, because all life on Earth is related, but we draw the line for different groups at their ancestries. So let's go back to reptiles. We're over here. And there you go, petrodactyls. Yeah, pterosaurs. Yeah. So reptiles are right here. Like we'd said earlier, there's the birds, turtles, and crocs, and dinosaurs, obviously. Part of Archaeolosauria. So they all evolved from one ancestral species, and then they radiated out into thousands of species after that. Same with the lepidosaurs. Thousands of species there that all descended from one common ancestor. So you could keep doing that, going back further and further. The reptiles plus the mammals form a clade. They all evolved from a common ancestor if you go back far enough. That clade is called the amniotes. Going back more broadly, you have the tetrapods. when they link up with lungfishes, you get lungfishes and tetrapods, Dipnotetrapodomorpha. And then the lobe-finned fishes, which includes tetrapods, that's where they link up with the coelacanths. And you can keep doing this. Go back to the bony vertebrates, which include all the ray-finned fishes. And then they share a common ancestor with the cartilaginous fishes, like sharks and stingrays. The jawed vertebrates, and then vertebrates, and then you can keep going back and back and back to the dawn of life on Earth. All life on our planet is related. Everything shares DNA, so as far as we know, every creature alive on Earth is descended from one common ancestor species about 3 or 4 billion years ago. It's pretty cool when you realize that, you know? Yeah. And Eddie Indeed says, were dinosaurs warm-blooded like birds, cold-blooded like reptiles, or something in between? So dinosaurs themselves are a really diverse group. There's a bunch of different diets and ecologies and body forms and shapes and sizes of dinosaurs. So they were probably pretty diverse in terms of their metabolism, whether they're warm-blooded or cold-blooded or something in between. But at the beginning of the study of dinosaurs, it was kind of assumed like, oh, they're reptiles, so they have to be cold-blooded, right? This is before we realized that the warm-blooded birds are a kind of dinosaur. That realization and then more intensive study of dinosaurs kind of led to the realization that, hey, we actually have a lot of evidence that a lot of different dinosaurs were warm-blooded. Maybe most, if not all, dinosaurs were warm-blooded. And it seems like the general consensus right now is shifting toward dinosaurs being ancestrally warm-blooded. There's a neat article about this recently. Oh wait, what? Oh, come on, phys.org. Skip for now, goodness. They're paywalling things? That's irritating. It's a new development. Crocodiles can't fly, birds can. Scientists have finally figured out why. This sounds like some sort of a joke or something. It's not. Obviously, birds have wings and feathers, and crocs don't. But what this is getting at is that even if crocodiles somehow had wings, the metabolic difference in power alone would mean they could never fly. How did birds and crocs become so different? The conventional assumption has been that their common ancestor was more like a crocodile than a bird, but our new research shows that the opposite is most likely the truth. Scientists have assumed that warm-blooded animals evolved from cold-blooded ones, not the reverse. Let's see. So the new idea is that basically crocodiles, when you go back to their common ancestor with dinosaurs, right here, this is where the crocs and the dinosaurs share a common ancestor. This common ancestor was probably warm-blooded, could generate its own body heat. It could burn calories to maintain a resting metabolic rate. So the ancestor of the dinosaurs was probably warm-blooded, and the ancestor of the crocs was too, but then crocs, at least the lineages that survive today, like crocodilians, they secondarily evolved cold-bloodedness. Their ancestors, way back here, were probably warm-blooded, and that strategy just didn't work so well for them, so they slowed down their metabolism, so they'd require less food, they'd be more able to survive changing conditions in the sense that, like, they could wait out droughts and famines and whatever. They secondarily evolved cold-bloodedness. That's the idea. And there may have been some dinosaur groups that did that too. There's some evidence that some of the ornithischian dinosaurs, things like your duck-billed dinosaurs, your horned dinosaurs, your armored dinosaurs, some of them may have been cold-blooded as well. And that may be a thing that they evolved special. Their ancestors weren't like that. That was like... that was an add-on. That was a new feature. They're like, yeah, we'll have that. I'm trying to make this a little bit less arcane, but Anyway, yeah. And Zul says, is there a trick you use to get around paywalls? Not really on news sites. I might just not do phys.org anymore if they're going to do this. Sci News is often better anyway. So yeah. Oh, and this might be new. We might cover this today or tomorrow. But yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Alexander Morrison. Yep. Yeah, Alexander knows what's up. Yeah. And someone was asking if humans would have existed if it weren't for that asteroid that hit at the end of the Cretaceous. My answer is almost certainly not. There's no reason to think that mammals would have ever gone in a different direction if it hadn't been for their big break, for that asteroid hitting. That was what really changed the course of the evolution of life on Earth, at least in terms of large terrestrial vertebrates. And large marine vertebrates, too, for that matter. It took dinosaurs being knocked out by a giant rock from outer space to let mammals actually get big and do really wild and interesting things. Like evolving into primates, for instance. I don't think it's a coincidence that as soon as the asteroid hits, suddenly you have mammals that are bigger than, like, a Cocker Spaniel. There were no bats and cats and whales and camels and bears before the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for birds. And there certainly weren't any primates. You know, nothing that you would recognize as a primate, you know? So yeah, it seems like that was really our big break as mammals. And were there any environmental weather patterns that dinosaurs would have seen in relation to what is seen by today's? Could you rephrase your question, Zul? I'm not sure I understand. There would have been a lot of... I mean, is there anything that would have been unique to the Mesozoic in terms of weather? Is that what you mean? Yeah. And Emilia Violette says, so dinosaurs were a limiting factor on mammalian growth? Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. You know, during the entire age of dinosaurs, there were no mammals that were bigger than, like, I don't know, a border collie. Mammals were mostly living in a world dominated by dinosaurs. Mammals were almost entirely tiny little things eking out an existence. Critters like Zalamdalestes is a good example. Which I think might be a multi. Is that a multi-tuberculate? Yeah, just little kind of shrew-like guys scampering around in the undergrowth, mostly eating bugs. Yeah. There's a lovely piece of art by Paleostream by Joshua Knupe. There we go. Showing a little Zalamdalestes mammal being chased by a small dinosaur. So yeah. Simpler times, says Telekinesis, yeah. Yeah. And Otter Do It says, was it mostly predation that limited it? Or resource competition? Or maybe both? Predation was probably a big part of it. Yeah, I would say it was probably the primary driver. I'm kind of guessing, though. I'm not... I don't have a lot of qualifications in, like, ecology. But yeah. Yeah. And Freelancer says, next up are the ants for a nice big asteroid to grow. I mean, no, I think invertebrates kind of have more or less inherent limitations in terms of getting big. Having your skeleton on the outside is a big limiting factor. I don't know. In order for an ant to be as big as an elephant, it would need to have legs thicker than those of an elephant. It just kind of wouldn't work, just physically speaking. So anyway. Claire says, do you think mammals developed a more homogeneous internal temperature range to deal with disease? I don't know. I don't know what the, impetus for developing endothermy would have been, Claire. Being endothermic, being able to generate your own body heat from inside by burning calories, it's a big advantage to have when you're going to go to high latitudes, especially during, icehouse conditions. It's tough to be a quote-unquote cold-blooded animal when you're living in a cold climate. You might have to hibernate much of the year, or... Anyway, yeah. And I'm not sure about the weather question there. That gets into, paleoclimatology. Yeah. And Eddie indeed says, if it weren't for the rock killing them, a supervolcano would have killed them. I mean, dinosaurs had already endured and survived multiple mass volcanic events like that. You've got Camp at the end of the Cretaceous, the central Atlantic magmatic province. Here, this is when there was... This may have been what actually, led to the dominance of the dinosaurs during the Jurassic. This may have been what killed off a lot of the other critters at the time. Was just these massive volcanic eruptions that changed Earth's climate as Pangaea was breaking apart. We're talking about, I think thousands of cubic kilometers of magma being poured out. And who knows how much greenhouse gas being pumped into the atmosphere. This may have been what gave dinosaurs part of their big break at the beginning, toward the beginning of the Mesozoic. And then you had other massive periods of volcanism. It doesn't seem like that really was a detriment to the dinosaurs. It doesn't seem like that would be something to knock them out. And the Deccan traps had already been going off for I don't know how long before the asteroid hit. And that may have actually tempered the effects of the asteroid impact, so I don't know. We were supposed to get into my big news 40 minutes ago, but we've got all these questions. But yeah. And Alexander says, synapsids developed endothermy during the early to mid-Permian, if my memory serves. I think that's still kind of debated, but that would make a lot of sense, Alexander, yeah. I don't know if it's a done deal yet, though. Yeah. And Claire asks, is the news about a boat? Yes. Here. There have been 5 different things so far that I've wanted to turn into a segue to get to this. But, well, here. Let's just use this. It was a few seconds after I pushed the go live button, I got a phone call from, would I be lucky enough to call him a colleague? I guess so. I got a phone call from Scott Benson, just as the starting soon screen was starting. And he said there's going to be room on the boat. If my luck holds out, which it has so far, I'm going to get to work with leatherbacks from September 9th to the 12th. Let me show you what I mean. There we go. Hey, Worst Penguin, good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Oh, first off here, before I get ahead of myself, brief little introduction to leatherback turtles. I put together this goofy little video a little while ago. Well, the video already existed. I just added subtitles because it's in Japanese. And I don't speak Japanese. I don't understand Japanese. I cannot translate Japanese into English. But that didn't stop me from doing this translation. I think I mostly got the gist of it. Take a look at a brief little intro to the wonder of leatherback turtles.
オサガメは太平洋や大西洋、インド洋に地中海などいろんなところに住むウミガメの仲間で、日本でも時々見つかったりすることがあります。大きさは大きいものだと2メートル以上、重さ500キロ以上と、身近なものだと自動販売機と同じくらいの、ウミガメどころか今生きているカメの中では一番大きい、すごいでかいカメです。しかも、一番は大きさだけでなく、泳ぐ速さもウミガメで一番速くて、潜る深さも1000メートル以上と、これまた一番深くて、泳ぐ距離も1万2000キロと、記録尽くしのとんでもないカメだったりします。そんなオサガメは、見た目が非常に特徴的で、形は、上から見ると他のカメに比べて細長い流線形で、頭からお尻の方にかけてケールがある、モーターボートをひっくり返したような形になっていて、それのおかげで水の抵抗が少なく速く泳げるのではと考えられています。そしてもう一つ、見た目の大きな特徴として、他のカメのような硬い甲羅がないっていうのもあります。オサガメの甲羅は細かい骨が集まってアスファルト舗装されたみたいになった上を皮膚が覆っていて、硬いゴムのような弾力性を持っています。この弾力性のおかげで水深1000メートル以上潜っても水圧に耐えることができるというわけです。ちなみに、こういった特徴から、オサガメは英語だとレザーバックタートルもしくはレザーバックシータートルって言いますが、
Well, well, well. It looks like once again I might be blessed to glimpse this incredible creature right here off the Pacific coast of California. Here, take a look.
A few things that are unique about leatherback turtles. They are huge animals. They engage in these incredible migrations across the Pacific Ocean. These animals are able to maintain a body temperature greater than their environment, which is very unique for a reptile. And they do this all on a diet of jellyfish. Truly a magnificent animal, and I think one of the reasons why it doesn't receive more attention is because it's not an animal it's easily seen. Essentially, hatchlings leave the beach and they're about that big, and when the people see them again at the nesting beach, they are animals that weigh 1,300 pounds and almost 6 feet long. We're here off the central coast of California between Half Moon Bay and San Francisco.
And that's where I'm going to be. So that's Scott Benson talking there. And sorry, I had to go change the filament on the 3D printer. It just ran out. But that's the voice of Scott Benson, who just called me up. I've been talking with him since last September about potentially joining up for some field work here, getting onto this boat and helping out with tagging and collecting data on these leatherback turtles. There's estimated to be maybe about 50 of them off the California coast. That's it. Just 50. They are in steep decline. Their populations have been dropping by about 6% per year for the past couple decades. We could lose them. They could go extinct if we don't work to protect them ASAP. But anyway, I was going to hopefully join them last year at the beginning of October for some of this field work on the water. And then there was the government shutdown and bad weather and just a group of A whole slew of different factors kind of conspired to cancel that field work. And then this year, I was supposed to join them again. I asked Scott about this, and he's like, yeah, you can come assist on the boat. And then it turns out there wasn't going to be room. But now it seems one of the crew members has had an injury, and I was at the top of the list for replacements. Scott called me up, and he says, hey, do you want to join us between the 9th and the 12th of September? And I said, absolutely yes. So that's why I was a little bit late in starting today's stream. I was on the phone with Scott. But I'm incredibly excited about this.
To learn more about movements of these animals, they're a very cryptic species. They lie very close to the water, not very much is exposed. We're most able to be effective with the help of an aerial team. And they essentially spot the animals for us and direct us to them.
So they actually need air support for this kind of thing. It's really tricky to see these animals from the water. You need a spotting plane, essentially. Partly because they're so rare. There's so few of them out there that your chances of being within visual range of one are extremely low. You need a plane flying up, just covering a huge area and trying to spot these animals from the sky. And then they direct the boat to get right on top of them. And they've tried it with drones. It doesn't work, Wombat Hole. You need actual human eyeballs looking out of a porthole on a plane. They've tried drones. It didn't work at all.
Exposed, we're most able to be effective with the help of an aerial team. And they essentially spot the animals for us and direct us to them. When we get on a turtle, it's a pretty exciting couple minutes. After the net is put on it, we have it alongside the boat where we secure it with some additional ropes. And this boat is a very unique vessel, like a small landing craft. We have a lot of nice PVC plating, rubber siding on here to keep the animal protected from hurting itself.
Good, that's good.
We put a transmitter on some of them to track their movements across not just the Pacific, but look in.
So this is the very boat. The Sheila B is the vessel that I'm going to be part of. There's only room, due to regulations, for 5 people on this vessel. It's not a big craft. Looks like I'm going to be on there. I cannot wait,
In finer detail to help inform our fisheries about where these animals might be relative to different environmental conditions.
And the boat may have been purpose-built. I'm not sure, Claire. Yeah.
We also sample them remotely with a camera that's attached with suction cups.
Yep.
And what
But
this
on
allows...
land, the greatest of all the
Dr. Irrefutable,
the dinosaur.
thank you for the 40 months of support. And Tier 2, no less. Thank you, Dr. Irrefutable.
40 months. Let's
Excellent.
go science.
I really appreciate it. Thank you for keeping me here online, Dr. Irrefutable. Excellent. And thank you, L Honeybee. Hope you can get on there. It looks like it's going to happen. I cannot wait. Holy cow.
What us to do is to look at the type of jellies that they're eating. Likewise, those camera devices will also carry a small time depth recorder so we can look at what depth they're actually taking these jellies.
And I don't think I'm going to be going live during this trip. I will be quite content, like you said, just to be on the vessel itself. Presumably, I'll be able to take some photos and maybe some video, and then we can talk about it afterward, but I will not be... I don't think I'm going to be live streaming from the vessel itself. Again, I'll be very, very lucky just to be there. I don't want to push that
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
And thank you, Murph, for the 50 months of support. Really appreciate that.
Hi everybody. After doing paleo dance.
Thank you, Murph. Appreciate the ongoing support. I'm sorry, the what? The who? I didn't catch that. Again? What was that? One more time? Could you repeat?
20,000 fathoms.
And Shark Geek, thank you for those 13 months of support. I'm sorry, the what? The who? I'm just not getting it. Thank you though, Shark Geek. Really appreciate the 13 months. Shark Geek, did you just get here? I just got some really exciting news. Looks like I'm going to get to work with leatherbacks off the coast of San Francisco in just a few weeks.
One of the things we've learned about this population is that it's...
So I just got a call from Scott Benson just as I was starting today's stream. One of the crew members who's scheduled to be on this vessel was injured, unfortunately. I think he'll be fine, but I was the backup, the understudy. Looks like I'll be able to fill in. Very excited.
It's actually a meta-population. So some of the population is using foraging grounds over in the South China Sea, others in the North Pacific. Still others migrate off of Australia, New Zealand, as well as those that come all the way across the Pacific here to California. Yet they're all part of the same population. And so we have this incredible connectivity. But in the Pacific Ocean, leatherback turtles are in really dire straits. The population is declining at about 6% a year. Really, to recover leatherback turtles, we have to be able to provide protection in these other foraging areas as well as what happens here in California. All these people around the Pacific Ocean have a role to play if we do want to have leatherback turtles with us 40 years from now.
Of course we do. I mean, shoot, there's the... I made this sticker for TwitchCon last year, and I've been producing them ever since. Leatherback turtles, they've survived 800,000 centuries. Don't let this one be their last. They've been around since the Cretaceous period. Absolutely incredible animals. I mean, just astonishing. I show this video to people and they go, dude, that's AI, right? That can't be real. No, it is. This is a beach in Trinidad, I think. Or maybe Antigua? I forget. That is Dermachelys coriacea, the leatherback turtle, last of the great Mesozoic marine reptiles. Still around today. Just astonishing. What an amazing creature. But they are in
Really
trouble.
dire straits. The population is declining at about 6% a year. Really, to recover leatherback turtles, we have to be able to provide protection in these other foraging areas as well as what happens here in California. All these people around the Pacific Ocean have a role to play if we do want to have leatherback turtles with us 40 years from now. It can be turned around, but everybody has to play their role in it to have recovery.
So I've not talked a lot about leatherbacks since the end of the field season. Been so busy with things over the summer. But this has been a major theme over the past year. Ever since I got back from Puerto Rico last May of 2025. When I got to go to Puerto Rico and investigate some family history stuff and just have a nice vacation. Just about every beach I visited had these. Areas roped off with signs. These are leatherback turtle nests. And I'd always been kind of vaguely aware of these animals, or I knew a bit about them. As a dinosaur paleontologist, these are one of these creatures that you just hear about all the time. They're the world's largest living reptile, except for crocodilians. They're the only non-avian endothermic reptile. They're warm-blooded. They're the last living members of their particular family that goes back to the Cretaceous period. They're just extraordinary creatures on so many levels, but they never felt immediate. They never felt close to home. It always felt like some sort of exotic, far-off thing until I got to go to Puerto Rico. Until I started seeing where these creatures nest. And that was magical. Suddenly, it didn't feel like some far-off exotic thing. This is a creature that felt close to home. And I realized I could do something to help protect these animals. Given that we've got a platform here on Twitch now, given that I have the ability to travel and show folks things that I think are important, I became obsessed with these animals, and ever since then, it's been an ambition of mine to help save the leatherback turtles. Back in May, I got to go, this past May of 2026, I got to go to Florida and help out with some leatherback turtle nesting field work. And there we go. Oh man, I've had a lot of iNaturalist logs since then. Here, let me just zoom into here. North of Miami. Juno Beach, here we go. Nope, not Coconut Palm. Should not be this difficult to find these. There we go. Here is me with a nesting female leatherback. This is not even a big one. And I apologize for the graininess, but this is with an infrared camera because we don't want to disturb these animals at night while they're laying their eggs. So you use red headlamps and sometimes infrared photography so as not to disturb them. But yeah, I've been doing my best to get involved with leatherback conservation and research, and I've got a new research project that I'm starting, trying to get that ready for presentation and publication this year. And now, I get to join this crew in September, right here on the Pacific coast of California. I cannot wait. And, oh goodness, hang on. Why are our lights not working? Gotta restart Lumia stream. Come on now. These things will update and then they just break. There we go. That's what was supposed to happen with the blue light, see? Anyway, just over there, west and south of San Francisco, off of Half Moon Bay. So yeah, anywho, but yeah, and ukulele. Hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. Margosaurus had a sail or the keratin spikes. I think there is evidence now that it was largely enclosed with flesh and skin, right? There's a paper that came out about that not too long ago, right? I know we covered that live on stream, but I always forget what the finding was. Here, brief aside, then we'll get back to leatherback. Vertebral spines. In the 2020s, right? Let's see. 2022, a study by Ignacio Cerda and colleagues analyzed the external and internal bone structure of the spines of Margosaurus and an indeterminate Dicraiosaurid, also from the La Amarga Formation. It suggested that the spines did not support a keratinous sheath, as was previously believed. Instead, the distribution and orientation of Sharpie's fibers indicate the presence of ligaments that likely extended between successive spines. The spines were also highly vascularized and bear cyclical growth marks. So yeah, this would make sense for it to be kind of a fleshy covering. Here we go. Much like you would see... There was a really nice one... was that? It was less of a sail and more of like a fleshy, not a hump, but a It's like an extension of the flesh of the neck, which makes a lot of sense, because other sauropod dinosaurs do that already. Was it a little like this? Kind of. I wish they didn't mess around with Google Images so much, because it seems like every time they update it, it gets worse. That's not bad. This is not the one I was looking for, but anyway. So yeah, flesh rather than spines. Yeah. Inflatable goulers? I don't think so, Claire. In fact, that whole thing is... I don't know. I've got some criticisms of... Oh, here it is. Is that it? That's what I was looking for. This is the image. More like this. Yeah. Anyway, Ukulele, thanks for asking the question. There you go, Shark Cake. Anywho. Let's see here.
So when we see large patches and aggregations of...
There we go. So this is the team. That's the vessel I'm gonna be on board. Looks like it'll be an all-day thing each day. Yeah. And so this is NOAA, which is a federal agency funded by the federal government. And here's Upwell, which is a local nonprofit based here in coastal California. Really cool group. And they're also helping sponsor a conference. That I'm hoping to present at in November. The West Coast Sea Turtle Symposium 2026, sponsored by Upwell. This is going to be in Monterey, California. So big thanks to Upwell. I suspect that Upwell has probably had to contribute significantly more funding this year, given that NOAA has had so many cuts under the Trump administration. I don't know if there would have been a field season this year were it not for Upwell. We'll see. Like I'll get the skinny on that, but yeah.
Right now we're just off the coast of Cape Elizabeth, Washington, and we're out.
So yeah, they do field work up north, and then often they come south to the Bay Area, or south of the Bay Area, Half Moon Bay. Welcome 19 SLG.
For leatherbacks. There's been very little survey coverage here for leatherbacks, but we know leatherbacks are here.
I've put transmitters on animals in Indonesia during the summer nesting season, and 3 of them came up to this area.
Which is nuts. Like, imagine swimming across the entire Pacific Ocean. Just bonkers. They nest here in the tropics. This is where they breed and then lay their eggs. And then they swim all the way across the Pacific. This is where they feed. Off the Pacific coast of North America. Washington, Oregon, California. This is where you have these massive blooms of jellyfish. Sea jellies, Chrysora in particular.
One of the biggest challenges is...
And Prince Nerdist says, how the heck do they know where they're going? So, I love that you've got so many questions. We are going to do a whole stream on leatherbacks soon. But for now, here, I'll share with you another video. One that we watched on stream before the field season. And, oh man, I love this. Oh, it's got over 1.3 million views. Newish video. I am thrilled that this has been so successful. Here's a link. We're not going to watch the whole thing right now, but I just want to tease you with it. I'm overjoyed to see this. It's helping get the word out about these animals.
In 2006, scientists attached a satellite tag to a female leatherback sea turtle on a beach in Indonesia. What happened next would challenge almost everything we thought a reptile should be capable of. The turtle began on a remote beach in Papua, Indonesia.
I wouldn't be shocked if Scott himself actually put the tag on that turtle. I wonder if this is one of his turtles.
And then pushed into open water. She traveled past the scattered islands of Papua New Guinea, across the vast emptiness of the Western Pacific, skirting the equator, then continued on, past nothing but water, for thousands of kilometers. At one point, she passed near Hawaii, one of the only landmarks in an otherwise featureless ocean. And then she kept going, across an entire ocean basin, through cold, shifting currents, until finally, after months at sea, she arrived off the coast of Oregon. The turtle had traveled 20,558 kilometers.
Which is, again, bonkers. I bet most of you can't even swim all the way across the Pacific Ocean. You know? And you're all persons, you know, I presume. Yeah.
Or 12,774 miles. The journey took the intrepid turtle 647 days to complete. And the only reason the scientists stopped tracking her was because the signal was lost. It's possible she kept going.
Maybe you can't? I definitely can't. Rabbits go Dayuan. I definitely cannot. I didn't evolve to do this, you know? But they did. Something they've been doing for tens of millions of years.
Scientists had just recorded the longest migration of any marine vertebrate on Earth. Farther than sharks, farther than any type of whale. Why would a turtle travel so unbelievably far? And how would it know where to go, especially when the vast ocean is almost completely featureless? Then in...
So, here's that link again if you want to watch the rest of this. I am overjoyed. This has got over 1 million views. Just incredible. Shout out to Stephanie Seman for helping get the word out about these incredible animals. She's doing good work. Yeah. And across the Atlantic. That's cool, Sharky. That's pretty neat. Yeah. And Wombat Hill says, oh, with and against ocean currents? I mean, they're actively swimming the whole time, yeah. They're not, like, drifting. And they're often fighting against currents, yeah. Yeah. And Otter Do It says, regarding crossing the Pacific, just give me 10 million years practice, and I can do it, too. Deal, Otter, deal. Yeah. And 19SLG says, when she said the ocean is featureless, does she mean at the surface only? I think she means that there's no features that they would be able to see as they were swimming across. It's not like they're bouncing between different islands and navigating that way. It's just there is literally thousands of miles of just open ocean with no landmarks, if that makes sense. Yeah. And Akira Clip says, what is the info on the tag's track? Well, it pings satellites, so they're able to actually track where the turtles are going. They can basically put that onto a globe and they can see where they've been. But also, some of these are recording depth. I don't know if any of them are recording water temperature or anything like that. I think it's mostly depth, but also just location. Yeah. Anyhow, and Stormy, that's a Stegosaurus skull right there. I printed this ages ago and only had time to assemble it fully. Well, not entirely fully. I still have the lower jaws to put on, but I did that this weekend. Anyway, again, here is a link to that video. Let's get back to the shorter one from Noah. Right here.
There just aren't many leatherbacks remaining.
Some of the primary threats to leatherbacks are caused by people. Things like entanglement in fishing gear, or ingestion of marine debris, or boat strike.
When you're looking for, turtles from a population that's so truncated, it really makes survey efforts intensive and challenging.
We can't We can't find them in the water without the help of an aircraft.
So we've really got it down to a science where the aerial team can lead us to the turtles and then kind of monitor us as we capture and handle the turtle.
And once we do have it in hand, we are constantly monitoring. So they stay pretty calm throughout the process.
We just don't have much data about leatherbacks up here. If we're ever able to catch one and put a transmitter on it, the amount of data and information we get out of that would be a big, really a game changer.
It was a possible turtle, but there were a lot of harbor seals in the area, so we're not sure. We never did recite it after 10 minutes of circling. So overall, pretty good active marine life from scattered bolas, but no turtles yet. Over.
Similarly, we've been looking for sea nettles.
So why do they want to find sea nettles, chat? Why look for a totally unrelated species? What good is that going to do? And yeah, you already got it. Well done. This is what they eat.
Brown sea nettles, Chrysora fuscescens.
They want to haze the new guy. There you go, Murph. And Murph, I saw your question about the eyes, too. We'll get to that when we see a close-up.
Jellyfish.
We have observed over the years that this is the prey item that the leatherback seem to be focused on.
So when
and someone was asking earlier, why aren't they hurt by their stinging cells? Like, these animals are going after these jellies face first, and then they're eating them. What gives? Like, you or I would die. Well, I don't think anybody really knows why the stings of these sea jellies don't affect these turtles. It's not like they have scales. They are scaleless. They're the only turtle species in the world that don't have scales. Or at least they're born with little scales, but those scales fall off after just a couple of weeks of life. And so they just have smooth skin afterward. That's why they're called leatherbacks. They've just got this smooth skin. Sometimes kind of a leathery texture. But I've felt them in person. They are, they just feel kind of like a waxy, like a wax fruit or something, especially on their head. And then the skin on their flippers just, it feels like a person's skin. It's thin, it's weirdly warm, it's... Why don't sea jellies hurt these guys? And we don't really know. Shark Geek says, surely the stinging cells pierce their skin. I bet they're immune to the toxin itself. That could very well be the case, Shark Geek, yeah. Yeah. It's bizarre. But yeah, they just go after these critters face first.
The prey item that the leatherbacks seem to be focused on.
So when we see large patches and aggregations of Chrysora, we know we're at least in the right place for turtles.
Yep. And Eddie, indeed, so the bony plates are under the skin, and that's only on their carapace. So it's not on their face, it's not on their neck, it's not on their flippers. So it's not like bony plates. We call those dermal ossicles. It's not like those ossicles would offer any protection to the stings of sea jellies. That's just what allows their shell to have shape, but also what gives it flexibility. Yeah.
I couldn't see what it was, but just something kind of at the surface. It kind of was had a kind of, well, these are nice jellies. A smoother surface.
And Raptor VT, thank you for the 12 months of support. Hey, really appreciate it.
Dinosaur VTuber subscribing to a dinosaur expert? I'm in.
Thank you, Raptor. Really appreciate it. You're a dinosaur VTuber. Let's get a shout out for you real quick. Thank you, Raptor, for the 12 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you for helping keep me here on the air. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon.
It could have just been a sea lion, but I wasn't sure.
There we go, a mola. Dude, oh, Jay, is that a baby whale, Jay? You guys seen that video? I can't play it for you because there's too many cuss words, and this is supposed to be an all-ages, family-friendly channel.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed,
Blind
America
devotion.
loses them forever.
Thank you for subscribing. Really appreciate that, Prime. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. Thank you for helping sustain our mission of science outreach and education. Thank you for helping support my mission of saving the leatherback turtle.
Molas are always entertaining because we cross paths with them so frequently.
I cannot wait to see a mullet too. That's like, I really hope that I get permission to snap pictures and post these to iNaturalist, because while I have encountered a mola before, it's never been a live one. Here. One observation. Yeah, here is a mola that I found washed up on the beach in Monterey, California. And I actually have a photo of me holding it. It wasn't particularly big. Looking for it in Google Photos. Fish. I'm actually kind of impressed with how it is picking up some pictures of fish. But I don't know if it's gonna... Oh, here's what I can do. I just find the date from this one, and then look it up in Google Photos from there. This was October 23rd, 2021. There we go. That was the dead mola that I found washed up on the beach in Monterey. So I already logged this to iNaturalist. That won't be a new species for me, but it'll still be really cool to see some live ones doing their thing in the wild.
I had a kind of, well, these are nice jellies. A smoother surface, so it could have just been a sea lion.
That sounds wild.
Wasn't sure.
Yeah, we've got to call the aquarium or something. Exactly, Murph. Yeah. I wish I could show that video, but there's way too many cuss words.
Molas are always entertaining because we cross paths with them.
This was our world 225 million years ago, at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
What is that, Jai? It's a baby whale.
It's a baby whale, man. Somebody call the aquarium or something. Seeing things we ain't never seen before. Thank you, Steely Dan, for the 35 months of support. Really appreciate it.
Them so frequently.
Yeah.
They come in all different sizes. The larger molas in particular are a nice proxy species, which means they're a species that you commonly see associated with turtles.
Molas also consume jellies, and we've found over the years that if you have an area where the sea nettles are dense and molas are abundant, we tend to find leatherbacks in there, like the 1 or 2 leatherbacks.
Without leatherbacks, jellyfish populations would boom.
Yep.
They begin to consume massive amounts of forage fish and smaller fish and the larvae of really commercially important species. So leatherbacks play a really important role in the ocean ecosystems they inhabit.
We believe it's absolutely fundamental to learn as much as we can about this declining population before it disappears altogether, and then to take that knowledge and try to apply it towards measures that will work to protect it, and to do that really as quickly as possible, given that we are in a race against time.
Yep. I mean, this is something I've been thinking about a lot, given that I didn't think I was going to be able to join this team this year. I know that Scott actually went to the Solomon Islands over the summer, and he was looking for nesting leatherbacks on the beaches there. And he was there for, I don't know how long. I want to say it was about a week. He says he didn't see a single one. So the population is continuing to decline. That's what we think. The fact that he didn't see a single one there is distressing. I thought if I don't get a chance to join the crew this year, there might not be leatherbacks next year. I mean, who knows? Hopefully we'll see some this year. But now that it looks like I'm going to be able to join this crew, I really hope we get to see some. Because they might not be around much longer. If current trends continue, unless something changes, unless we can institute better policies to protect these animals, they will be wiped out in the Pacific. That is their current trajectory. They are plummeting in numbers, 6% per year, consistently. They will disappear.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Moose2271, for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Before it disappears altogether, and then to take that knowledge and try to...
And Gay Hibiscus says, have you considered the rich people need trillions of dollars in yachts and AI slop and other garbage? Don't get me started, Hibiscus. Oh, boy. I don't even have a witty retort to that. You know? Have those people considered that, hey, you know, crocodiles need food? We've got a small group of people with way too much money. We have crocodiles who need food. Wow, you know?
To apply it towards measures that will work to protect it, and to do that really as quickly as possible, given that we are in a race against time.
There we go. Upwell.org. Excellent organization. Which, I mean, if there's any really wealthy people who would like to absolve themselves of their horrifically debilitating wealth, if they do not wish to become food for crocodiles, maybe consider donating to a program like Upwell. I feel like a disclaimer is necessary here. The views expressed on the Paleontologizing broadcast are the views of Danny Anduza alone, and not the views of Upwell Turtles or NOAA or any other institution, organization, or group of individuals. If you're going to get mad at somebody, get mad at me. I am a representative for myself and no one else. Here's a link to this video right here. Upwell is a phenomenal organization. And they desperately need money. This is a group that is going to be funding some of the field work that I'm hopefully going to be participating in. And they, man, could they use help. Their mission is to protect and recover endangered populations of turtles through research and conservation efforts to reduce threats at sea. I'd recommend that you, if you're interested in this, sign up for their newsletter. You'll get really cool update emails about once every few months, I think. With some of the latest news, new research, new papers published, upcoming events, all kinds of stuff like that. They do really cool stuff. So anyhow, yeah. Chili Drew says, who could get mad at you, though? If there's one thing that I've learned over the years, it's that very powerful and wealthy people seem to have Very delicate feelings. It's like the wealthier and more powerful you are, the more sensitive you are, the more afraid of things you are, the quicker to anger you might become. It's part of the, I don't know. It's just a personal observation. It's something that I feel like I've observed over the years. But yeah. The most delicate flowers within the rich tapestry of humanity tend to be the people who have the greatest power and influence over the world. So yeah. Doesn't have to be that way though. Yeah. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. And Petrodactylus says, you care about nature and love learning? How dare you? Exactly, Petrodactylus. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And there you go, Sharky. That being said, this is an organization that could really use the help of some wealthy people with good hearts. If those people exist, there's a way to absolve yourself. Do something good for the world, you know? Anyhow. Yeah. Kikoshi says, good hearts and wealthy? Oof. I mean, surely some people like that must exist somewhere, right? Again, humanity being a rich tapestry with all different kinds of people, there have to be some people who are people of means who have not suffered a complete dehumanization, a complete destruction of their humanity by amassing such wealth, you know? Anyway. And McGrath says, sometimes you get some wealthy people contributing to good causes sometimes. It's not completely unheard of. It seems like it's becoming more and more rare, but yeah. Before we pivot away from leatherbacks, let's just show off that vessel real quick. They're from Upwell. Let's see. There's one that shows off the Sheila B, which is the name of that vessel. Is it here? I think it might be. Let's take a look.
Hi, folks. We've wrapped up our 2024 season of looking for leatherbacks. And as you...
This is not it. But I would recommend you take a look at this channel if you're interested in this. Let's see. No, I think it is this one, isn't it? Yeah.
Welcome to this week's episode of Looking for Leatherbacks. Over the past couple of weeks, our aerial team fueled up on blackberries before heading out to survey. This time, joined by our vessel-based team.
So I think she said this is in Oregon, right?
Let's check in with them to see how it's been going.
So that is the Sheila B, this incredible vessel. It looks like something out of the beginning of Saving Private Ryan, right? It's almost like a landing craft.
We've been up here for the last week working 13-hour days searching for turtles.
There's good habitat up here, and we're hoping to capture an animal to put a transmitter on it, which will reveal much more information about how leatherbacks use the waters of the Pacific Northwest.
Oh, is that a California sea lion or is that a stellar sea lion? pretty chunky.
Leatherbacks are huge, so how do we bring them on board?
Hi, I'm Garrett. I am roughly the size of a leatherback sea turtle, and this is our capture net. It's a hoop net with a detachable net body, and you can see the size of these animals.
We use buoys to practice the process of netting a leatherback turtle. This way, we're ready to bring a turtle on board safely and swiftly when we find one. We're able to do this thanks to our amazing captain, JD, and some handy adaptations made to the Sheila B. research vessel.
Hi guys, my name is John Douglas, better known as Captain.
So, Captain JD has been part of the heart of this operation for a long time. He apparently is going to be training a new captain, because he's kind of getting up there in age at this point. And he's got so much information, so much experience that this is going to be tough shoes to fill. This was the reason why I was not going to be on the crew this year. It was because
this is a dinosaur, and this is a dinosaur too.
That first one wasn't a dinosaur, but Zilgia, that's not your fault. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Since there can only be 5 people on this vessel at a time, since there needed to be effectively 2 captains, there wasn't going to be room for me. But then somebody else got injured, unfortunately, for them. I'm very lucky that I was at the top of the list for understudies, I guess. So, anyway, really looking forward to meeting Captain JD.
B research vessel.
Hi guys, my name is John Douglas, better known as Captain JD. I'm with Moss Landing Marine Laboratories. Let's have a little look around the Sheila B. We'll start up here on the foredeck. This is where the turtles come aboard.
So, as you can see, not a big vessel. This is the pilot house right here. This is the bow. It's not huge. It's really, really not. It's barely big enough for a, say, 1,000-pound leatherback, and then 5 crew members. I remember at one point Scott mentioning that, like, here, let me find that clip from when I did an interview with him back in December. There we go.
The backflip.
Trying to find that spot in the transcript, but Scott talked about how sometimes on a small boat? Yeah, here we go.
Yeah. Well, if you got to have somebody babysitting it all the time.
Yeah. So when you've got a leatherback on board a vessel like this, I think I remember you saying at one point in one of your talks that sometimes they're so well fed when they're on the deck of the boat that they kind of roll around. So like the plastron underneath is, convex rather than concave, and what is that like? Trying to 1,500-pound animal that's wobbling around like an egg.
Yeah, well, if you got to have somebody babysitting it all the time, because if you walk away and it's like, okay, we got to get some of our equipment and bring it back out here, and the boat starts rocking a little bit with one of those particularly plump ones, yeah, they'll start doing things like almost like they're trying to knock the boat over. They're trying to make more momentum for the boat to go, further. Rocking back and forth and flipping around. So you got to have somebody at least be on there to restrain the flippers.
Right.
But you're right.
So, yeah, floating Velcro strips. There you go, indented. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. These are huge animals, and on a vessel this small, if they get the idea, like, hey, I can capsize this boat, like, you gotta restrain them.
One of the unique aspects of the Sheila B that is critical for landing turtles is our bow door, our ability to lower the door and open water. And this is what it looks like. That goes down. Now we can pull the turtle up onto the door, and partially, mostly by hand actually, and then I can raise the door, flush, and we'll run the line that is holding the net over to our capstan and pull the turtle in with the capstan until she's landed on the scale.
Bye.
That window is getting a little foggy on my glass. Lola. Turtle. Turtle? Yeah. Okay, turtle, go left. It was at 75.
Boy.
I think we got visual. Looks like a hard-shelled turtle over.
Oh,
Oh, no. Heartbreaking.
That's okay.
Yeah. I thought it looked surprisingly orange. So,
Probably a green turtle, which can be orange sometimes. Could have also been a loggerhead, but probably a green turtle. Orcas, very cool. Some kind of... Oh, there's sea otter. But there was a shark there earlier.
Conditions.
Shark geek, are you here right now? What kind of a shark geek? What kind of a shark geek? What kind of a shark was that? Was that a bluefin? There's orcas, but here next to this log, who's this? Here, ready? Let's go back a titch in reverse. No, hang on, I was going the wrong direction. In reverse. Zlorp. Hard to tell. It's got strong counter shading on it. Looks like it's got kind of a... I am putting Shark Geek on the spot. Sorry, this is not clear footage. It's not easy. But yeah. A log shark, says Charlie's Dragon. I'm not familiar with that species. One more time. Orcas. It's the long snout and facial appearance of a young blue shark. Oh man, if it is, I'd be so proud of myself. I do not know my sharks nearly as well as Shark Geek does. Go give him a follow. So maybe you can learn to be a fraction as good at identifying sharks as Shark Geek is. Yeah, I could totally see that being a blue shark. And Elasmobranch. There you go, Crimson Carnotaurus. Yeah. There's a sea otter. And Hydrolutris.
Although conditions look very, very promising, and we saw a lot of the proxy species that we associate with leatherbacks, including sunfish and blue sharks, and
okay, it very well might have been a blue shark there. Excellent. And hang on a minute. We've got two cats at the same time right now. Hello, hello. Well, well, well. And they didn't find any leatherbacks on that trip. But, there we go. Get the cat cam set up here. There we are. How we doing? How we doing? Yeah? Can we have peaceful coexistence here? Let's see. Let's see. What do you think? Can we all get along? One big happy family? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Well, well, well. We got treats for Minnie, and we got treats for Sweetie. those? Don't take Sweetie's treats. You have yours right here. They both don't know how to act. They're like, what are you doing here? I was here. And thank you, Shark Geek, for being here. You have a wonderful evening, too. Appreciate you, Shark Geek. Hope things are good. But, man, we just need moon pie, and then we'll have...
Oh, baby, a triple! Oh, yeah!
But for right now, just 2 cats. But 2 out of 3 is not bad. We've got 66% cat coverage at this very moment. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah. They're both cramping each other's style. Cat overload here. Yeah. Yeah. And welcome, Vane Logs. Good to have you here. Howdy, howdy. Oh, is that good stuff? What do you think, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. We should review that mangrove footage. Oh, that'd be really cool, Shark Geek. Yeah, no, we should. I'm gonna be super busy for the next week. Going to Utah for a wedding this weekend. But sometime after that, let's do it. Yeah, and welcome, Kaplanzorf. Good to see you. Oh, are you eating all those crumbs that Mini Pie left? Thank you for being considerate and cleaning up her mess, but that's also kind of gross. I don't know. I'm not going to complain. Anywho, this is a nice reminder. Oh, hang on. Where'd my keyboard go? It's over here. Take a screenshot. Is that usable? I don't know. Could do better. That's a lot better. Okay, we'll use that. Quick blue sky post, and then we'll do Metazoa, and then we'll get into some more fossiliferous topics. There we go. Post this up. Nope. Go. Quick screenshot of in my office, as usual. Are a newly assembled Stegosaurus skull and neck. Pretty printed, of course. With other paleontological miscellanea. The office wall looks good enough. And let's post it. Paleontologizing looks good. Yeah. Here is a link to that post. If you'd like to interact with that, if you happen to be on Blue Sky, there you go. Yeah, and Benny3207. Howdy, wicked low bulb. Sure, I know what you mean by that. But we do have, well, we could do interesting things with our lights here on Paleontologizing. So, maybe you're referring to that? I don't know. Anyhow. It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. And Volvulus, but the most famous dinosaur fossil sites on each continent. A little overview of the main specimens found on each continent. We've done stuff kind of like that before. It's a little tricky because there are certain continents that are overrepresented. North America being the primary one. Asia also has a wealth of fossils and of paleontologists to work on those fossils. Other continents like Australia and especially Antarctica and to a certain extent Africa are underrepresented, especially in dinosaur paleontology. I like your idea. It's just, it's a little tricky to break it up continent by continent. That being said, I do have a new thing that I want to introduce today. We got a little bit thrown off by the important phone call that I got right before stream started. But, I'll be introducing a new feature on today's stream. Won't actually be starting it, but I'll be announcing that today and then asking for a little bit of feedback. And it can partially encompass what you were talking about. So we'll get into that. New thing, yes, yes. So yeah. Before we do that though, let me clean off my desk with some cat saliva and wrangle some cat treats. And, we'll do some metazoa, as is our daily tradition. And then I've got several new things to debut today. But new stream segment. I want to ask for some important feedback about that before we get it started soon. So new feature, yes indeed. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Metazoa. Our daily animal guessing challenge. I'm glad we caught this before today's expired. Let's jump into this. We've got a mystery animal of the day, as we do every day. Our task is to figure out what this mystery animal is with as few guesses as possible. We do this using an evolutionary family tree, what we call a phylogeny. And we'll use this tree of life visualizer at onezoom.org as a means of not just telling, but showing you what I mean. So we'll start off here, just to show you how this works. Let's jump to Dermichelys, the leatherback turtle. Over here, the leatherback. Dermichelys coriacea, part of Chelonoidea. These are the sea turtles or marine turtles. Dermichelys is in a family all its own over here, the Dermichelyidae. And then you have the Cheloniidae, the hard-shell sea turtles. All of them are together as one family. Leatherback is by itself. It diverged earlier. It's doing its own thing. There used to be other species in this group. The leatherback is the only one that's left. But that is one of the turtles, of which there are approximately 231 species today. Cool critters. They're a kind of archelosaur, like we talked about earlier, which is a kind of reptile, aka sauropsid, which is a kind of amniote. We can keep going further and further back until we get to all life on Earth, since every creature on our planet, from bats to bacteria, all seem to have evolved from a single common ancestor. That means all life on Earth is related. That is kind of the underlying idea here for Metazoa. This is how we're able to figure this out. So without further ado, let's jump in.
Hold on to your butts.
We've got one mystery animal of the day, and we have to try and figure out what it is in as few guesses as possible. But first, let's jump from all life to just animals. So from 2.2 million species, give or take, we'll narrow this down significantly to only about 1.4 million species of animal. So here we go. 1.4 million species. We have to try and figure out which one species is the mystery species of the day. And I often like to start with a mouse. Actually, well, badger is not a bad place to start either. Let's do rat, says Dan the BC man. Mouse, rat. They're both close. They're both rodents. That's a good place to start. And holy cow, it actually didn't matter if we did mouse or rat or badger or leatherback. They're all bilaterally symmetrical animals. Holy cow. So this is the way that this works. If we guess and our guess is nowhere close, this is going to be a huge group that it gives us. Because the way that this works is Metazoa will give us the most narrow evolutionary group, the most exclusive group that includes our guess and the mystery animal. Here, we guessed rat, it's nowhere close. So, animals with bilateral symmetry. So, let's jump to that here. Bilateria is the clade name. From 1.4 million species to just 1.399 million species. We didn't do a great job narrowing that down, but this does give us more information than you would suspect. So, we can narrow it down like this. I already know that there's no xenocoelomorphs that are within Metazoa, so we can ignore that clade. So our critter has to be a nephrozoan. So still 1.399 million species. Is our critter a deuterostome, or is it a protostome? Right here. Well, we guessed rat. And a rat is a kind of deuterostome. All of the vertebrate animals are not protostomes, they are part of this clade, deuterostomia. So we know right off the bat that our critter cannot be a deuterostome. Or else it would have said deuterostomia. It doesn't, it says bilateria, which means since it's not a deuterostome, it's gotta be a protostome. These are all quote-unquote invertebrate animals. Insects, crustaceans, other arthropods like arachnids. This is worms, this is mollusks, this is all these critters. Worms and bugs and stuff, exactly, Claire. Well said. So, anytime we get to bilateria, I often like to guess some kind of beetle. Ladybug is a good place to start. Beetles are a really big clade. There's like 1 million species of beetle, give or take. Let's start off with ladybug and see where that gets us. Oh, Pancrustacea. So this tells us that it's not an insect, but it is a member of this bigger clade. Hey, Yoko, says Claire. Yeah, everyone's favorite beetle. So, Pancrustacea is right here. This is a relatively recent discovery. It turns out that insects, like beetles and damselflies and bees and etc., they're actually like a kind of crustacean, essentially. So they're closest relatives. The closest relatives to the insects are crustaceans. Insects are here, Hexapoda. The shrimp, the lobsters, the crabs, the copepods, krill, things like that. These are all part of Pancrustacea. So what I'm going to do here is guess some kind of crustacean. This also includes barnacles. And, maybe we'll search barnacle. Barnacle. That's a kind of crustacean. Let's see if this gets us anywhere closer. Okay, our critter is part of Communostraca, which I guess includes crabs, shrimp, isopods like pillbugs, lobsters, etc. But it's not a barnacle. So Communostraca, they don't have that clade on here. Okay. Let's look it up on Wikipedia. Multicrustacea, I guess, is the other term for this group. Is that what it's called here? Multicrustacea. No, they don't even have it. Okay. So Malacostraca is the biggest clade here. Let's go with some kind of Malacostracan. There we go. That's this clade here. This is crabs, shrimp, skeleton shrimp, etc. So let's try shrimp. Let's try tiger prawn, in parentheses, tiger shrimp. Let's just take a wild guess here.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's see if... Okay, our critter is a decapod, but it's not a tiger prawn. So, here. There we go. Crabs, lobsters, and shrimps. Decapoda. Let's see what our major splits are here. We've the shrimp over here, and we searched prawn, tiger prawn. And I think tiger prawns are probably part of this clade, right? Shrimp? Let's see. If it is, then we know we can exclude that group. Green tiger prawn are over there. Okay. So we know it's not going to be part of this clade. It's got to be over here. Coral shrimps, those shrimps, coconut crabs. Other crabs over here, true crabs. Let's try a true crab. Let's try... Definitely not horseshoe crab. They're not crabs at all. Nor are they horseshoes. They're deceptive creatures. No, they've just been given a deceptive name. It's not their fault. Are hermit crabs and fiddler crabs part of the true crabs? Here's true crabs here. Let's see when we search hermit crab if that takes us there. It does not. So hermit crabs are not considered true crabs. What about fiddler crabs? They are considered true crabs. Okay, let's try fiddler crab. And see if that gets us any closer. There we go. Excellent. So we know our critter is part of Paleontologizing. Never even heard of that clade before. So we're getting closer. And odd that it's not even on one zoom. But here we go. Decapod crustaceans. This includes crabs, lobsters, crayfish, and others. And the true shrimp. Okay, okay. Lobster. They don't have crayfish or crawdad. It looks like it might have to be lobster. Let's try that. You ready, chat?
Hold on to your butts.
And it's not a lobster. Okay. Interesting. And that also didn't get us any closer. It didn't narrow down the group at all. That's frustrating. We've already used 6 guesses. We're already over our budget of 5. Yeah. Yeah. Crawfish says Neverwinter? Crayfish, crawdad, crawfish, mudbug, river lobster. These are all different names for the same group of critters. Crab. Lobster. Who am I missing? Coral crabs. What about... Is pistol shrimp a member of this group, or mantis shrimp? I don't think so. I think they're a different thing. Paleontologizing. This includes true shrimp. Oh, okay, it very well might be. Did we try hermit crab already? We did not try hermit crab. That's probably what it is a hermit crab. From clade Anomura. It's gotta be a hermit crab, I think. Alright, you ready? It's either this or some kind of shrimp.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's see. That's it. I got 7 guesses, but we got it. Generator Fradia, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Holy cow. Fradia, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. Let me make sure I'm
out of the ground is a slow process.
Pronouncing your name right.
Friday.
Friday. Generator Friday.
Friday.
Friday, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. It is so good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. We've got some new folks in the chat. Marith Art. Okeanida. Slojek Spedlowski, Akira Benito Zupawar Madlenka,
A moment from prehistoric time.
Kukumorek, Zitron, Arlena Eckhart, Emily. How's everybody doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Admin Spolem says hello. Hello to you too. Duller, how are you doing? Howdy, howdy.
Science. What's science ever done for us? TV off.
Look, you don't have time to put dinosaurs in your dinosaur movie.
But we certainly have time for dinosaurs here. You rated in at just the perfect time. We just got finished with Metazoa for the day. I won't spoil it for you if you also play Metazoa. But we got it in 7 guesses. Thank you for all the follows. Sirosiu, Akira, Niexi K, Hamstero, Subtle Straff, Cezanna, Admin
This is Laura
Spolem,
Dern of Jurassic
Arena,
World.
thank you for
Digging up dinosaurs is hard, frustrating work. It takes months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
It is often hard, frustrating work, but that's what we do here on stream. I just got back from Utah a couple of weeks ago, where I was out in the field digging up dinosaurs and other critters. This is what my channel's all about. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Thank you, Wusato. I thought this was a good idea. I appreciate that. And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Welcome, welcome, everybody. It's lovely to have you here. Shoot, where to start? Well, here, let me talk for... Oh, it's done! Hot darn, okay. Just finished the last piece of our Diabloceratops skull. Here, let me go pluck this off the printer real quick. I don't think we'll assemble it today, but I'll at least show you what I've got so far. Here, let's go get this. What's the setup? I've got a Prusa printer here. Actually, 2 of them, but one of them is not working right now. Be right back. Beak of our Diabloceratops. Clear away the supports real quick. This is a dinosaur that I was am very excited to print. It's got a special place in my heart because a good friend of ours discovered this dinosaur.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? I won't get angry if you aren't. What?
Azrazara, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Let me show you the pieces that are already assembled. Check this out. This is our life-size Diabloceratops skull so far. This dinosaur was discovered and published by Don DeBlue, Assistant State Paleontologist for the U.S. state of Utah. And the the face for this critter is now fully printed and just awaiting assembly. Here is the beak to go on the front of the face. It's going to go on like that. Let's grab the rest of it. I honestly have too many pieces to really show off at the moment. They're just all over the place. But here's the nose of this critter. We've got the nasals and the premaxilla. This goes on like this. And now the beak, the rostrum, as we call it, is going to go on like that. So here is the nose of this animal. Here's the little nascent nasal horn. Nose horn right here. Like that. So if I can balance this correctly, show you how it'll fit onto here. Bird. Never mind. Live broadcast. It's just too unwieldy for the moment. We'll assemble this critter on stream probably tomorrow. But I'm glad we're done printing the skull. Now we just have the lower jaw, and I might even do that next week. But anyway, I'm just inordinately excited about this. When this critter is fully assembled, it's gonna look I'm sorry, what's going on? Quit it, Firefox. Stop it. It's to accidentally hit a key or something. When that thing hit the keyboard. There's the holotype skull at the museum in Salt Lake. Here's what the skull will look like when it's fully assembled and painted. So very excited about that. Good stuff. Anywho, somebody had a question about Psittacosaurus and what I think of it. What do you mean specifically? Psittacosaurus is a really interesting genus of dinosaur. It's currently the dinosaur that has the most species named from it. So Psittacosaurus is the genus, and within that genus, there are a bunch of different species. And I suspect that they're probably not all super closely related. Like, that's a genus that probably should be split at some point. But I'm not going to be the guy to do that. Somebody else will figure that out. Anyway, here is Utah Assistant State Paleontologist Don DeBlue. Right here. And here is State Paleontologist Jim Kirkland. Showing off this Diabloceratops skull cast to a bunch of school kids on a field trip at the Utah Geological Survey. This has got to be a number of years ago, because both these guys don't look quite this young anymore. In fact, it's Jim Kirkland's birthday today. So very happy birthday to Jim. Yeah. But this is a dinosaur that's near and dear to my heart because some of my favorite people worked on this. Don discovered it. This is his baby. And this is a very special Utah dinosaur. People love Diabloceratops. It's become quite popular. And now we're going to have a cast right here, or rather a 3D print right here in the office that I can show off and use as a teaching aid. But yeah, here's a representation of what this animal may have looked like when alive. Really cool critter. Yeah. And no worries, Claire. Yeah. Meetings about tomorrow's meeting? No worries, Claire. Yeah. Anywho. This is a great image, too. This is from the Salt Lake Tribune. There's Jim and Don answering questions about Diabloceratops to a group of school kids. People love this dinosaur, like I said. Anyway, really excited to be assembling this, probably tomorrow on stream. But until then, if any of you happen to have any dinosaur questions, any burning queries about dinosaur science, especially after this big raid, let me know. It'd be a great time to do some Q&A. And if you asked a question and I missed it, please retype it into the chat. I'll be happy to dive into it for you. Well, we've got such a high view count right now. Why don't we go ahead and make a switch to just chatting. Because I like to do that after we get a big raid. There we go. Now, and I'll also post my Oh, and what I was going to do is get another print going real quick. Let's do that, shall we? Let me go grab the card out of here, and then I figured I'd print a model that I found of, well, I'll see if you can tell me what it is, chat. It's not going to be a dinosaur, but it is a very Utah thing. Print you. There we go. There we go. Let's get this going. All right. Here it is right here. Tell me what you think this is. Anybody have any ideas? What could it be? There you go, isolate. Yeah, it's not just a boulder, it's a rock. Just one. Oh, no.
That's just a stupid boulder.
It's not just a boulder. It's a rock. A rock. A rock.
Some of you are certainly making this face right now. This is called Delicate Arch. This is kind of a symbol for the whole state of Utah. It is one of the most extraordinary rock formations in the world. And printing a copy of it right now because I think that'd be really cool to have here in our backdrop, especially when we're talking about the state of Utah. I'm going to Utah this weekend for a wedding. My good friend Ethan is getting married, and really excited about that. And I'm going to paint it up to look just like the real thing. So hopefully fewer people are looking like this right now. Hopefully you're starting to get it. But it's called Delicate Arch. And it is part of Arches National Park in Utah, which is right near where I do field work during the summers. This is probably about, I don't know, 20 or 25 miles away from where I was digging up dinosaurs for 3 weeks this summer. As the crow flies. As the crow drives, it's a lot further because the roads kind of go all over the place. But yeah, Delicate Arch, exactly. And some people already they mentioned Arches National Park, and they were spot on. So yeah, it's going to be fun. This is going to take about 12 hours to print. I'm printing it as large as I can on this print bed as a single piece. It's going to be neat. So we'll show that off later this week. And Wuzado says, given the size of America that's basically next door, it is very close. Yeah. So, Delicate Arch. So this is in like a ton of tourism imagery for the state of Utah. I've never actually seen Delicate Arch in person, but it's kind of an emblem for the whole state. So yeah. Anyway, that's gonna be fun. I'll be excited to watch this take shape. Should finish around 5 o'clock this morning. It's on some of our license plates, as Mikey likes. It is, including this one. This is a real steal on eBay. But there it is on the license plate. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Good stuff. Were you in Utah Raptor State Park, Danny? I got to go last year, Mikey likes, yeah. Yeah. Jim just sent me a news story about Utah Raptor State Park. It's a huge increase in viewership over the course of the past year. There we go. Yeah. There's me at Utah Raptor State Park last summer. Cool place.
The world's first armored tank, you might say.
And
that trunk is
have
completely
3
covered with
Canum, thank you for the
bony
follow.
plates.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Utah Raptor State Park is pretty cool. And it's just kind of beginning, too. Like, they don't really have... As I understand it, they don't have any signage at the excavation site yet. But this is meant to celebrate and, as Jim says, interpret this really important place. This is just north of Moab, Utah. There's the exterior of Utah Raptor State Park Visitor Center right there. So currently they have a campground there. They've got restrooms and running water and stuff. So you can go stay there. You can visit the visitor center. They've got really cool merchandise. New t-shirts this year that are great. But I don't think they currently have any signs or anything like that at the actual Utah Raptor dig site, because that's right nearby. That's why this is Utah Raptor State Park. This is where Utah Raptor was first discovered. It's right there in Utah at, I believe, Utah Raptor Ridge. I hope I'm remembering this correctly. I think it is Utah Raptor Ridge that that's right next to Utah Raptor State Park. I think that's why they built the state park there. But yeah, it just opened for the first time last May, I want to say. Yeah, it is new. Neverwinter, yeah. Yeah. I wonder if I can find a quick video on that. Here we go. Excellent. Welcome, Rilo Rolo. Good to have you here.
It's just a slight chance we could see some thunderstorms, but the heat, well, it's not going anywhere. This is the unofficial start of summer, and it's the official opening of Utah Raptor State Park. It has
So this is a year ago.
been incredible to be here and kind of soak up what the park has to offer. Can you believe, Brian, Sarah, we have 46 of these great places right here in the Beehive State.
We're such a fan.
46 state parks is what she means.
And sunny and breezy, not a bad opening day. And Alana, we see the people coming in behind you. What a great welcoming committee. Alana Brophy, everybody. How has it been? You got a sneak peek.
I'm a greeter.
Yes, you're a greeter. You've been there a few days. Tell us what's kind of stood out to you on this 46 state park.
You know, I've visited several parks, Sarah, throughout the state. I think I've been to all at this point, and they're all unique in their own way. But what I love about Utah Raptor is that it showcases our ancient history dating back millions of years.
So about 130 million years, I think, in the case of Utah Raptor itself.
But there's also some cultural significance here, and I got to take a look at that.
HD and HB says, what a coincidence that they found Utah Raptor at a place called Utah Raptor Ridge in Utah Raptor State Park. Definitely coincidence, yeah. Yeah.
People, the place, everything about this.
Thank you,
is
TechBird.
special.
I appreciate that.
Take a look.
Yeah.
Utah's 46th state park is.
And Mikey likes, I've heard something adjacent to that. Yeah, I think. I've never had it explained to me that way, but that sounds right, Mikey likes.
Finally open.
Yeah.
Utah Raptor State Park showcases ancient.
So Jim was saying that this took about 30 years. 30 years. Excuse me, to finally establish. He had been working on this project for 3 decades before it finally came to fruition.
Ancient history, remarkable recreation, and it also holds a special place for the cultural significance of this land.
Happy birthday, Utah Raptor State Park. May 23rd is your day. And while the park just opened to the public, Governor Spencer Cox joked the park has been in the works for a long time.
Government sometimes moves slow. We understand that. But this is the first project in state history to take over 100 million years to complete.
But from its inception as a state park, it took about 30 years.
Here we are. Dinosaur bones dating all the way back to the Jurassic and Cretaceous period.
You get to see a life-size Utah raptor. You can visit a dinosaur quarry.
The Dalton Wells Quarry is home to more than 5,000 prehistoric bones from more than half a dozen species of.
And these are really good. I mean, they're excellent reconstructions of these animals. I think it's pretty neat. Utah's pretty lucky to have the state park.
Dinosaurs, a short hike from your campsite.
I am very impressed.
Why?
This place is so clean and taken care of. It's brand new, I understand that. And the people here are friendly as all get up.
There's more than 50 miles of trails for unmatched red rock exploration, but perhaps what makes the park so unique is the tribute to the Civilian Conservation Corps and Moab Isolation Camp.
Yep. So this was, I think this was like essentially like a concentration camp for Japanese Americans during World War II. An internment camp, as it's called. I think that's what this is, right?
We have his Army, World War I Army hat, some of his writings, his medical pouch from the Army, and a 13-inch artillery shell casing.
You see, Lloyd Nakahara flew in from Hawaii with some precious items in tow. His grand uncle lived in a Japanese internment camp right here in Grand County.
All the dots that you see, he etched it with a bullet shell in his foxhole.
Utah Raptor has a dedicated trail walking you through this part of Utah history, and Nakahara knew donating these family heirlooms from 1917 to the park was a very important thing to do. He says he did it for democracy.
People have to be aware that it did happen, so
I don't know if they're even gonna explain what this means, but this is really a shameful chapter in American history. During World War II, the United States government rounded up a ton of U.S. citizens and then basically put them into concentration camps just because they were of Japanese descent. These were often like second, third, fourth generation Americans, but just because they were of Japanese descent, the U.S. government is like, oh, we're really scared of you right now, and so we're just going to kind of shove you into these prison camps for a while. And one of them was right there in Utah. Yeah, George Takei was, he was in one of those internment camps. Yeah. And Rila Rolla says, I'm not familiar with the term state park. So in the United States, there's the federal government, and then there are the 50 different states. So, U.S. state map. Here we go. Here's Utah right here. So each state has its own state government. This is a lot like provinces or prefectures or oblasts, or different countries around the world have got different kind of self-governed regions in them. In the US, these are called states. So each state can designate state parks, which means that this is a park that is open to the public and it is administered and funded by the state government. So each state has the power to designate different protected areas. So Utah has now designated Utah Raptors State Park as its latest state park here. That's different from a national park, which is administered by the federal government. National parks are usually larger. They're often considered more like prestigious. It's something that has national recognition. But a state park can still be very special. It just maybe doesn't rise to the level of like a national park. And I bet you there are instances of when a state park has had its status elevated. In fact, I think Jurassic National Monument near Cleveland, Utah, I think that was a state park before, right? Let's look at that real quick. Jurassic National Monument. History. Oh, maybe it didn't used to be a state park. I thought it was, but that might not be. No, because it was on BLM land. It was on federal land. So that is also a really important thing to mention that I missed. State parks are on state land. So each of the 50 U.S. states, they have certain plots of land that they administer. So a state park is on state land. Jurassic National Monument, where the Cleveland Lloyd Dinosaur Quarry is, they've, I guess, long been federal land, and they were just recently made a federal national monument, which is part of the national park system. Anyway, yeah. Anyhow, it's interesting stuff. But let's get back to Utah Raptor State Park.
They shouldn't let it happen again.
For more information on Utah Raptor State Park or the history of the area and region, you can visit our website, abc4.com. Reporting in Moab, Alana Brophy, ABC4 News.
There you go. Here's a link to that video right there. And Rila Rolla says, what does protected mean while it's open for the public? So you need to pay admission to get in. And that admission fee helps pay for the park's upkeep. So it pays for bathroom facilities, it pays for running water, it pays for park rangers to be there, it pays for this visitor center to be open and maintained. And since it is protected, that means that park rangers will be able to patrol, make sure that nobody's stealing the fossils or conducting vandalism or anything like that. So it's public. Anybody can visit, but you have to pay to get in, if that makes sense. I think you might be able to walk in for free, but it's so remote that you kind of have to drive there. So if you're getting there, it's by car, and that means that you have to pay to get in. But it's worth it, I think. It's a really cool place. And it is true, Neverwinter. Not all state or national parks have an entrance fee. Yes, this is correct. Yeah, there are national parks that you can get into for free. Like the Presidio in San Francisco, where I used to work. This was a military base for a super long time. Even before the United States existed, this was a military base administered by the Spanish. If there are any Star Trek fans in the audience, you might recognize this as Starfleet headquarters. That's the Presidio. It is a national park, and you can drive or walk in for free. So it's administered by the federal government. And, there we go. Yeah. Does that make sense? And you were stationed there. Oh, very cool, Mikey Likes. I think it is one of the most beautiful places in the world. The San Francisco Presidio is one of my favorite places on the planet. It's so cool. So this is the north tip of San Francisco, with the base of the Golden Gate Bridge on it. And then across the bay is the Marin Peninsula. And I loved it. It's such a cool place. I've done streams from there before, actually. There. I don't think those... No, I think it was... Yeah, this is when we're actually in the Presidio over here.
Oh, in case you don't recognize that, they've got a lovely sign here.
Anyway,
This is indeed the Golden Gate Bridge.
I'll visit the Presidio. The Presidio is free, unlike Alcatraz, Dr. Irrefutable. Yeah, yeah. I'd also recommend Golden Gate Park, Ocean Beach. San Francisco has so much to offer.
I have Casey Snowart, yeah. Yeah, on scaffolding, on the bridge. They're always there, pretty much. I don't know if they take days off. I feel like it's a constant thing.
Anyhow, here's a link to that video if you want to see it. This was last year or the year before? Last year. So anyway, this is actually an excellent segue into another thing that I wanted to talk about briefly today. This is, call it a sort of a birthday present I put together for Papa Jim. Yeah, for Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland, discoverer of Utahraptor, among many other dinosaurs. There's Utahraptor there with Jim. Yeah. For a good while, Jim has been talking about establishing a new protected area in Utah to preserve these fossils. Hang on a second.
Instagram.
Let's see. I think it's in here. I'll let Jim explain this in his own words before showing you what I am currently working on. Something I'm very excited about, and I hope Jim is too.
That would be maybe roughly equivalent to like the Northern Formation that we haven't found.
Mammals have teeth.
Talk for a minute about
Dawn of the Cretaceous.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, here we go.
This region, you know,
So this is where this is from just a few weeks ago when I was in Utah working with Jim and Don and the crew in the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation. This is Jim's grand vision for a new national monument, essentially a national park, but often with a fossil thing, we call it a national monument instead. This is Jim's dream.
Going, you know, this is Grand County. And
Grand County,
over
Utah.
this thing called the swell. We really haven't gone over the swell this year on these things. But it's
the swell is this huge swelling of Earth that's been pushed up, uplifted. Gorgeous geology there, but it's a major landmark on the Utah landscape.
big uplift, and the sequence of rocks at Cedar Mountain there are completely different than here.
Right.
You know, that's why this chart goes, you know, got this stuff here, and then you got this stuff over here.
Yeah.
You know, it really changes totally across this boundary.
That's funny,
But this
Charles.
whole area represents an interval of
Dawn of the Cretaceous is sitting right there. Dawn de Blue.
time, about 45 million years.
Right.
And
So here's the Cedar Mountain Formation. A tremendous amount of time here. Utah's the only place in the world where you can see it. It's our one little window into the very, very beginning of the Cretaceous period, pretty much in the world. It's extremely special.
you can say this fauna, this fauna, this fauna, this fauna. Doesn't occur anywhere else in North America but Grant County.
Yeah.
And then you look over there and you can say, this fauna for sure occurs nowhere but Emery County.
The mustn't touch it there?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
there's over 100 taxa known from that so far.
Right, yeah. So 100 genera and species of fossil animals just from the mustn't touch it member on the other side of the swamp.
Yeah. Unique probably in the world for that age rock.
Right.
You know, following, you know, a extinction when the Alaskan land bridge brought in animals to North America from Asia for the first time.
Right.
That's recorded in that sequence. You know, the first hadrosauroids coming over, the last sauropods before the extinction, the mid-Cretaceous extinction.
Right, yeah.
I mean, it's amazing stuff.
Kara Clips says, why is it called mustn't touch it? So it's, here. There we go. It's called there we go. Mustn't touch it member. So it's named after a particular place. I think it's named after Mustn't Touch It Wash, which probably, nobody really is sure where the name comes from. Hi, sweetie pie. You're kind of in the way right now. I can't see the screen. It probably has something to do with either there being kind of poison water in the area, so you mustn't touch it, or it might be that there's certain rock outcrops that would get so muddy when it would rain that, like, you don't want to touch that stuff, you'll get stuck. Something like that. Hope that makes sense.
Stuff. And we want to set aside these honey holes like this area where we have over 100 sites spanning at least 3, maybe 4 faunas, and set them aside as dawn of the Cretaceous, fossil beds, national monument. Saying we're going to take all the land from the hedge front.
Yeah. So I hate that it cut out right there because there's really important words that the satellite dish cut out, the signal. What Jim is saying is that this is not like a land grab. It's not like we're trying to take all of the land in this area. There's just a really specific reason why there's particular areas that we want to protect.
And south to Capitol Reef,
Another federal land grab,
and all the way to Colorado border, we're looking at like 76 square miles.
And actually, I need to ask Jim about this, but I think it's less. When I added up the number of square miles in Jim's prospectus document, it came out to about 52 miles.
You know, of which like 36 of them are right in this strip.
Yeah.
You know, 4 units that preserve the core of this story.
Yeah.
And we want to interpret it. We want to.
When Jim says interpret it, he means put up interpretive signs. have signage there, have information so that people can know what they're looking at and really appreciate it.
You know,
So when you say interpret it, you mean put up signs?
Yeah,
like
maybe
a visitor
interpretive
center?
centers. The interpretive center might be in towns.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, but maybe have hiking trails. And,
Yeah, yeah.
Because there's some really neat stuff out here.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
And have good restrooms and stuff like that. But people can stop on the highway, and
Yeah, there's nothing on the interstate here,
Yeah.
but I know they want to make Cisco a town again.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, oh, here's something to do. It's on the edge of town.
Yep.
You know, it will help the rural communities.
Uh-huh.
You know, so you interpret it and, you
Yeah.
make it so it's an attraction in the region.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, the rural communities around Grand Staircase benefited from Grand Staircase.
Yeah.
And Magus Informaticus, I'm not totally sure there is uranium out in the Mustn't Touch It. I know there is in the Yellowcat mining region. I'm not 100% sure that the Mustn't Touch It has anything dangerously radioactive in it, but it could be. I might just be misremembering.
You know, quite a bit. You know, that's why Escalante doesn't want to see it go away.
Right.
Tropic don't want to go see it away. Those
Yeah.
towns, you know, have multi-times the incomes coming through those communities
Yeah.
that they did before the monument.
Sure.
You know, Bears Ears, you know, is very new.
Uh-huh.
Blanding is fought at tooth and nail for the
Yeah.
most part, you know.
Yeah.
So it's not done as well, but Bluff, Utah,
Uh-huh.
you know, has become, this center.
So what Jim is talking about here is that, like, the establishment of several other national monuments in this area has really been good for some of these local towns. Towns that are just kind of in the middle of nowhere, and yet having a national monument there brings in visitors. It brings in money from around the state and from outside of the state and from around the world. People want to come visit these things because when you designate something as a national park or a national monument, you're elevating its status. You're putting it on a list that people pay attention to. And there are folks who will drive around the United States. Often they're retirees or people who own RVs or something like that, recreational vehicles. And they will go around and try and visit every single one of these national parks, national monuments. There are people who get really, really into this. There's a big subculture of people where this is what they are all about. Some people will spend all the retirement years just trying to visit every national park in the country. People love this stuff, and with good reason, you know? And Murph says those collector boards are not cheap. You know what? They could sell these in those towns, given that they're not cheap. People could,
They were finding fossils.
Oh, thank you for following, Tuna. Tuna. Thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here. And what are you doing, sweetie pie? She says, I'm chewing a mic. Anywho, there's a certain mystique, a certain specialness to those national parks. People love them, and with good reason. There are many people who say that the national park system is the best part of the United States, the best thing that our country has ever done. And I think right up there with helping defeat fascism in World War II, that is one of the best things that our country has ever done, was establish this national park system. It is something that we should be tremendously proud of. There we go.
Center of all kinds of
Uh-huh.
tourism and whatnot because they've more embraced it.
Yeah.
But to support our rural communities.
Do they have badges for
and we get
backpacks?
this
Absolutely,
going, it's
Jazzy Cat.
stable
Yes,
money.
badges.
And we're not going to
pins,
close
buttons,
roads for
patches.
off-roading.
Yeah.
Because the roads go through this. It's like no, we don't. We don't want you to put an oil pad on our site.
Reefer Sage says the parks are awesome. We just went to Yellowstone last month. Super cool. And stopped at Fossil Butte on the way back. I've never been to Fossil Butte. I've been working in Wyoming for like 4 years now. I've not yet been to Fossil Butte. I've heard it's awesome though.
But you can go behind the Juan Lopez there and drill and just.
Dirter Bus says, what's the biggest threat to these to the fossils as it stands now? Recreationalists, private fossil thieves, development. So development and vandalism and fossil poaching are three big threats. One of the things is Jim is kind of worried that in some of these areas, since it just looks like desert and people don't recognize that these are extremely important fossil sites, they could just drill for oil or natural gas or reopen uranium mining and just completely destroy these fossil sites which are of global significance. Because right now they're just unprotected. It's just more Bureau of Land Management land, and kind of who cares. Also, fossil poaching is already a big issue in these areas, and vandalism. So like people just going in and just collecting fossils off the surface. Just about any dinosaur that you find in this area, there's a very, very, very good chance that it's a brand new species, given that this area is still it's still sort of new. Like, serious work on the Cedar Mountain Formation only really started in the early 1990s. It's a new frontier. There's all of these low-hanging fruit all over the place, and like anytime somebody steals a fossil from the Cedar Mountain Formation, they're probably walking away with a new species, you know? So that's a big part of it.
Get to any oil under us and not be on the monument because we're looking.
So what Jim is saying is that even if they do want to drill for oil here, you could just do slant drilling, you know, the I drink your milkshake kind of thing, rather than putting a well pad on top of, say, Doling's Bowl where we work. They could just put it a few miles away and just put it in at an angle. And if you were to designate this as a national monument, then they would kind of have to do that rather than just demolishing this fossil site and sticking it immediately on top.
Looking at strip tree.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, you know, multi-use. You know, and we have some, you know, politicians in this region that are saying, yeah, we can show them how a monument really should be done. But it's, you know, we're trying to look at the minimum acreage to really get that footprint and support students. You know, we think center it from the Prehistoric Museum. You've got a college, you've got a federal repository museum there already that deals now with a lot of the national park specimens.
Yeah. So here, I'll give you a time-stamped link right here because Jim talks about this for a little while. I want to, you know, download this VOD and then edit that as a separate thing. Because, let me show you what I put together for Jim. In fact, here.
You can put in.
Here, let me find this part.
This through Congress.
Yep.
Not the White House declaration. I wouldn't stop that either, but it's, you know, Congress could do this, like they can make a national monument.
Right. So when I get home to California, I want to start working on this, a website about this idea, so that we can have like a clearinghouse for information and a place for news and something that you can pass out.
Getting, you know, the book. We now have a book on this story.
Yeah.
You know, that's one of the starts. We got to have something that tells the public what we have and about these new animals and you know, the history of this land. But that's just the earliest inklings of what we think we're going to learn here.
Yep. So I said I'd really love to be able to do a website about this. Here's what I was working on all weekend. Well, for all of Saturday. Dawn of the Cretaceous, fossil beds. It's not quite ready to show off yet. It's still very unpolished. But right now, the primary part of this is Jim's prospectus document that he already put together. I translated this into a format where you can read it online. I did some light editing for typos and syntax errors and things like that. And I'll be sharing this with you when it's a little bit more polished. But here's Jim's official proposal for it. Official proposal. It's a work in progress. Here's a little frequently asked questions page that I already put together. What is the Cedar Mountain Formation? What makes it so special? How many dinosaurs have been discovered here? Who are we? Why form a new national monument? What are the proposed boundaries? How will Utah benefit from this? Can I visit now? How can I help? And then I have a little thing about Krista's book as well, Dinosaur Frontier, with a link so that you can go purchase it. Highly recommend this book. But anyway, the cool thing about this is that it is... Oh, hang on. There we go. It should look just as good on mobile as it does on desktop. So I paid a pretty penny to be able to... And you can see some of this still needs formatting. But anyway, this is kind of a birthday present for Jim. I know that this is something that he's been wishing for a while. And so I'm excited to help provide that. It's a privilege to be able to work on this, and I'll be sharing the website with you once it's a little bit... I'll give you a link once it's a little bit more polished, once it's ready for actual sharing. So yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Charlie's Dragon. It's rough right now. It'll get better. I'm working on it. So I'm excited about that. And Claire, I think I'll cut out this part myself, the part of that video, and I'll put that on the website. I'll make it work. But thank you. Yeah. And will you present it to him on stream? I already sent it to him, Tango Utah. I sent it to him this morning. What's the printer doing? Oh shoot. Hang on. Let me go look at this. It had a collision.
Hungry_Panda91 gifted Hungry_Panda91.
Thank you, Hungry Panda, for the gift sub there. Really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. That is superb. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. One lucky chatter won't have to watch any ads for the next month. Thanks to you. We appreciate that. And yeah, I did have to start that print over. Thankfully, it was only a few... it was like 2 layers in. Usually if these prints fail, it's within the first layer or 2. So it's just kind of how it goes. But yeah. Anyhow, and Dryosaurus news. Yeah, there you go, Dr. Tar. I did see that. Yeah, Tom Holtz was posting about that on Blue Sky a little while ago. I think yeah. We've got a new description of the skull of Gasparinosaura, this cool South American Hypsilophodon. I guess more recently it's been considered a Dryosaur with good reason. Yeah. And very funny, dances with dirt. 350,000 dollars. Oh boy. If I had that kind of money, I would, well, I'd probably start a museum with it. Yeah. Is Munnabur a giant beefed up Dryosaur? I don't know, Dr. Tar. I've not actually read the paper yet. I haven't had any time. I've been working on working on this all weekend. Or at least all of Saturday. Why is this? This is really buggy. It's frustrating. There shouldn't be this huge gap like this. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Yeah. But good stuff. Cross your fingers that this works. I cleaned the nozzle, and let me go make sure that the filament doesn't get wrapped up here. Doesn't get caught. There we go. Much better. Yeah. But yeah, good stuff. So, dawn of the Cretaceous, fossil beds. I'll be sharing this website once it's ready to actually share, but I wanted to make sure I had something to present to Jim on his birthday. So, yeah, nice to have that done. Yeah. But yeah, I guess that, yeah, the Gasparinosaur news is exciting, Dr. Jar. We'll talk about that tomorrow, I think. But yeah. A giant fossa. Oh, very cool, Dr. Jar. Nice, nice. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. Let me introduce another exciting thing that I've been working on for a while now. Let me preface this by asking, how many of you remember from the earlier days of paleontologizing, this channel, how many of you remember the dinosaur deep dives? Does anybody remember that? And how many of you, if you do remember it, how many of you miss it? Because that's something that Murph and Claire remember. Yeah. You miss it, says Mikey Likes. Dr. Tara says, yeah. Or, yeah. That wasn't that long ago, says HDHP. I feel like it was at least 3 years ago. I've not been doing dinosaur deep dives for a long time. To explain that to anybody who might not be aware, it's probably most of you, that was a daily thing that I would do where members of this community could request a dinosaur using channel points. You could redeem that, request a dinosaur, and I would do a deep dive on it. So talk about the history of its discovery, talk about what makes it special, what's still mysterious about it, look at publications, look at stuff in popular media, just kind of do a little spotlight on that particular dinosaur. This ended up being a ton of work in the long run, and I kind of abandoned it because we just got really far behind. People would redeem new ones, and there was a big backlog, and sometimes people would get really upset because they would request one and then we would cover it, and then it turns out that they weren't watching during that time, so they'd ask me to redo it, and it was kind of a big headache. But I really like the idea, and I like having something for people to actually spend channel points on, because let's face it, here on this channel we don't have a lot of things for folks to use their channel points on. In fact, there's almost nothing, and that's my fault, you know? This is not, we're not using the full potential of that Twitch feature here. So I've decided to bring back something similar to Dinosaur Deep Dive, with a few changes to make it a little bit more streamlined, a little bit more manageable, and hopefully a little bit more meaningful to people. I call it the Daily Dinosaur. And I've put together a little video stinger for it. that part is done. Let's play it right now.
Our fossil, which art in strata, valid with thy name. Thy excavation, thy prep be done, from earth, as it is in collections. Give us this day our daily dinosaur, and forgive us our nomina dubia, as we forgive those who publish dubious taxa. And lead us not into extinction, but deliver us the PDF email. For thine is the kingdom, the phylum and the genus, forever and ever. Amen.
So yeah, Daily Dinosaur. Give us this day our Daily Dinosaur. Here's how I envision this working. We will have one Daily Dinosaur per day. Again, give us this day our Daily Dinosaur. That dinosaur will be redeemed by, well, redeeming channel points. You can spend those, and we'll have one per day. You have to request a dinosaur. No Dimetrodon, no Pteranodon, no saber-toothed cat. That's a rule. It's got to be a dinosaur. I'll make that very clear. It has got to be a dinosaur. No exceptions. And I think this will be an excellent way to help promote our channel, too. If I'm able to keep it down to, say, 4 minutes or less, we have this time box like that. We'll do kind of a deep dive on our dinosaur. We'll look at the original scientific literature, when it was first published, what fossil material is known from it, what is its scientific significance, what's still mysterious about it, and where has it appeared in popular culture. Movies, books, illustrations, video games, whatever. And then we can take that little 4-minute segment and upload it to YouTube. Maybe on the Paleontologizing channel, or maybe on a separate channel. Not sure. But I think that'll be an excellent thing for discovery for this channel. Because a lot of folks are going to be searching the internet for a particular kind of dinosaur. And when they stumble across a video like this, that's a beautiful introduction to paleontologizing, to our channel here. So new folks will be able to find what we do here on Twitch. Twitch viewers will be able to actually spend channel points on something for once, and have maybe their favorite dinosaur be featured on this channel for a golden 4 minutes. And then we'll have this long, hopefully pretty extensive, eventually, compendium of short videos on each of these dinosaurs. What do you think? Any suggestions? Do you like the idea? Think of a way to improve it? Anything like that? Let me know. And Golganek, thank you for gifting Crimson. Appreciate that, Golganek. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. This has included avian dinosaurs. Voronoi, I'm gonna say probably no. Just because I don't really know enough about birds, especially modern birds. We already have Thursday Birds Day as a thing each week. I'm gonna say non-avian dinosaurs. Yeah. Or if we're gonna do birds at all, they might have to be Mesozoic birds, but I don't know. I'm gonna say just non-avian dinosaurs to start with. And then later on, say we do 1,000 of these, then we can maybe open it up to Mesozoic birds. But yeah. And Rushwing says, I love it. Also combating all the slop you see clogging up video searches. That's exactly what I was thinking, Rushwing. Yeah. Yeah. And we've got an ad coming up. I'll snooze that for now, because I want folks' input here. Yeah. Forgive us our sign raptors. Exactly, Crimson, yes. Always with the puns. I appreciate it about you, Crimson. Yeah. Put them on Facebook Reels, TikTok, and YouTube Shorts. We could totally do that, Reefer Sage. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And one a day maybe. Tough with a lot of people sitting on a lot of points. Murph, that is an excellent point. And I've thought about this because we have... Here, let's do a little poll. We do have a lot of people sitting on a lot of points. So as not to put anybody on the spot, let's do a poll. How many channel points do you have here on this channel? 1 million or more. And then less than 100. So we'll say 250,000 or more. 75,000 or more. And let's say 10,000 or more. And no additional votes. Time duration. Let's make that 2 minutes here. And start poll. I want to know, just broadly speaking, how many channel points people have. We'll try and figure out how best to start this. There we go. So it looks like so far 10,000 or more is in the lead. Actually, no, 250,000 or more. That's quite a few. Shoot. 3 millionaires? Maybe, Claire. There's probably lurkers who might not frequently type into the chat, but they're lurking. You know? Yeah. And yeah, please, everyone vote. This is helpful information for me. The more accurate a representation I have of who has how many points, the better the system is going to work. Do polls work on mobile, by the way? I'm not sure they do. I bet Mikey likes asking, where's the poll? Should be there in the chat. Yeah. And, if you type /vote, it can also add an interesting strategy, really? Huh. And it's Sarah Noble? Good. Thank you, Rushwing and Dr. Terra. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah. Oh, and shoot, how did I miss... Gosh darn it. Here. I'm sorry. I'm not a mathematician. I goofed this up. Let's redo that. Because... Gosh darn it. $1 million or more. Let's say 200,000 or more. Less than 1,000. $1,000 to 10,000. There we go. 10,000 to, let's say 100,000. And let's do 100,000 or more. And then $1 million or more. So less than 1,000, 1,000 to 10,000, 10 to 100,000, 100,000 or more. To $1 million. There we go. Does this look better? Sorry about that, chat. Gah. Okay. Start poll.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. View results. Much better. Yeah. Sorry, freak out. Math is hard. Let's go digging. I've never been somebody very good at math. But that's okay. More than 75, but less than 100. Interesting, Brianna sings. Okay. Sorry it won't let you vote. I'm not sure what's going on. I think in some... It might be a nation-to-nation thing. I think in some countries, voting like this might be considered gambling or something. I'm not sure. Oh boy, Crimson. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. It looks like 100,000 to 1 million is currently winning? Shoot. So what I was thinking at the beginning of this, at the outset, we set our price really, really high at like 1 million points so that longtime viewers can have some of their... They could be some of the first people to have their daily dinosaur. And then we periodically lower the price. And then I think we can set parameters around it so that you can maybe only redeem it once every 6 months or something like that, you individually. So we give lots of people the opportunity to do this. But I do want to give a little bit of an advantage to those long-time community members who've been watching for forever and accumulating all those points. I also think of this as kind of like a... What's the term? Is it like a Jubilee year? Where you just kind of cancel everyone's debt? You're evening the playing field a bit? Alright, let's see here. So, 11% of people have 1 million or more. Nobody had less than 1,000 points. Interesting. Fewer than 1,000 points. The majority of people had 100,000 to 1 million. Interesting. Okay. This is an interesting breakdown. Good to know. Good to know. But yeah, and a Jubilee. Thank you, Freak Out. Yeah. Yeah. Not lurking hard numbers, says Freak Out. I mean, I appreciate you typing it in the chat. Holy cow. If lurking means a lack of commenting, then... While I love and adore and appreciate each and every lurker who is watching right now without typing into the chat, please know that I appreciate your viewership. The internet is a big place. You could be anywhere right now, but you're here hanging out with me, talking about fossil science. I appreciate that tremendously. I do also really appreciate when people type into the chat, because that's my window into what everybody's thinking and feeling. So, yeah. Yeah. Denny dons that's a Ceratosaurus costume. No, but, we'll see about that. I'm gonna check on our 3D. Things are looking good on the 3D printer right now, too, which is good. Anywho, good. So, it's nice to be able to talk about this behind-the-scenes stuff just a little bit, especially on a Monday, when we're just starting off the week. But, I will be working on putting together some infrastructure for Daily Dinosaur. And I can't tell you for certain when this is going to start. I'd love to start it tomorrow, but I've got some stuff to put together. I'm not sure that's going to be possible. It will be starting soon. And those, it looks like 5 folks who have more than 1 million points, they might be some of the first to redeem it. Oh, but crucial detail here that I forgot to mention. You listening? When you redeem your Daily Dinosaur, it will be for the following stream. So say it's a Tuesday, and you spend 1,000,000 channel points and request a certain dinosaur. Say, oh, I really want Stegosaurus. I will say, excellent. Stegosaurus is tomorrow. That'll give me some time to actually prepare. I won't have to do it right then and there. I can plan for things a little bit. I might be able to, say if I have Stegosaurus, might be able to put that in our backdrop for the day, be able to gather those scientific papers. Sometimes those take some hunting down. I'll be able to be a little bit more organized and thoughtful about how I do this. And we can also put it in the stream title for the day. Does that make sense? So, yeah. So when you request a dinosaur, make sure that you can watch it the next day. Or if you miss it live, which happens, people have got live, stuff happens, whatever. You'll be able to watch it on YouTube or wherever else we put it afterward too. Does that make sense? So when you redeem it, we won't talk about it that day. We'll talk about it the next day. Which means that if we have something going on our schedule, like say there's a day that I'm not going to be streaming or something like that, we will, you'll know that you'll have to come in the following day to see it. So say you redeem it on a Thursday, that means our next streaming day, which is usually Monday, that will be when we actually go over that dinosaur. Does that make sense? So I think all of this stuff is pretty intuitive, but you never know. Yeah. Sounds perfect. Thanks, Bette Medler. Good. Yeah. And Mirth says, with only a handful of millionaires, how long until you drop it? If you don't get one that day? I think if I don't get one by, like, within the first hour of that stream, I'll drop the price. I'll have to make myself a note so that I remember to do that. But yeah. And also, we'll only have one redeem per day. So you can set channel points redeems so that there can only be one within a certain amount of time. We'll have one per day. So we'll have a rate limit on it, essentially. It's really going to help, says Lenina. I think so. Yeah, I think so. And Claire says, I can isolate them as a short if you keep them under 3 minutes, or as a widescreen otherwise. Could you rephrase that, Claire? 3 minutes as vertical, or widescreen is a different time length? Yeah. Anyhow, this will also be a good incentive for people to show up early in the streams, because that's when I presume all of the redeems are going to happen. Because I think they can only happen when I'm live. So you might have to show up in like the first few minutes if you want to get one each day. We'll see. But yeah. Yeah, and I don't think we're not going to want to do it vertical. I despise vertical format everything. I think we'll probably want to have it widescreen, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll kind of figure this out as we go along. You know, streaming is an iterative process. You build the plane as you go, as it's flying. And they get 10 times as many views as all. Here's the thing about YouTube Shorts. I'm not convinced anybody actually watches them. I think those views are fake. I actively avoid YouTube Shorts. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, man. I read that in a certain unsavory person's voice, Claire. Fake views. Which I won't do out loud. But yeah. But yeah. Anyhow. But this is going to be fun. Daily Dinosaur. If anyone has any other particular ideas here, I'd love to hear them. Let's put together, actually, a little document. key doesn't do anything. That's weird. Okay. Notepad. I only believe in shorts I can wear to dicks. There you go, Captain's Verb. Kind of, yeah. Yeah. A hack video that shows how your phone can be turned sideways. You could do that? Bro, your phone could go sideways? What? I like that Snowdetchy, yeah. And Bette Medler says, when you present them at the following stream, will it tend to be at the beginning of the stream, or will it vary? Or I suspect it'll be at the beginning, or toward the beginning. We might even have to do like a special timer or something, so that at a particular time every day I do something like that. That's a great question, Bette Medler. I'm glad we're having this discussion. But it should be at a set time every day, huh? So people know when to tune in. Yeah. And... But let's see. Yeah. Anyway, I'm excited about this, though. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. There is something kind of similar that I found before. There's a podcast called I Know Dino. And they have a thing called Dinosaur of the Day, which I think they started after I started doing dinosaur deep dives. Thank you, Susanna Likes Cakes, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. But this is pretty nifty. They do, like, kind of a deep dive on each of these dinosaurs.
And now on to our dinosaur of the day, Eustreptospondylus, which was a request from Cole via Patreon, so thanks, Cole. The name means true Streptospondylus, and that means turned vertebra. It was a megalosaurid that lived in the Middle Jurassic in what is now England. The fossil.
So, anyway, since it's a podcast, it's a non-visual medium. It's good stuff. They mostly have pretty good information in here. Let me see if I can find a playlist with all of the,
1, 2, 3, 4.
Dinosaurs of the day. There we go. View poll playlist, 537 videos. Holy cow. And they even kind of dive into some of the original literature and stuff, which is cool. Like, this is often a great place to get kind of a quick skinny on any particular kind of dinosaur. I want to do this kind of thing, but a little bit more circumscribed, a little bit more, like, based on a rubric. With visuals, we look at the original scientific paper. We look at some artwork of this critter. We look at its appearances in pop culture. And then I try and break it down for you from the perspective of a paleontologist. Why is this animal important? Why should we care about it? That kind of thing. So less like a recitation of statistics around this animal, and here's the date it was published, blah, blah, blah. More, here's a fossil researcher's view of this critter. That kind of thing. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. I think it's gonna be cool. And there goes Snowdetchy. Yeah, and it'll help me figure out when I'd be free to watch it. Done with work or whatever. There you go, Batman. Yeah, I like that idea, and I would not have thought of that. So if anybody else has any suggestions about, as respected longtime viewers, if anyone else has any particular suggestions before we get this thing rolling. The timing thing is important. I'll write that down. I don't need to do it on Notepad. I'll just make a Google Keep note. Get it on the ground floor, folks. Exactly, Claire. Those of you who are watching right now, yeah. We'll just do this for a few more minutes, and then we'll get into some more science-focused stuff. I've got a documentary that I'd like to take a look at. I think it'd be a nice springboard for conversation, for discussion of fossil science and how it's changed over the past few decades. And I think we're good, Claire. Yeah. Awesome. Superb. All right. Nobody else has got anything else? Let's take a look at a documentary. There's this neat Canadian documentary that I thought would be fun. There we go. This is from 1994. Any Canadians in the chat right now? I'm trying to show Canada some particular love today. Yeah. Because apparently, like, a bunch of economic tariffs were just announced by the U.S. federal government against Canada, and it's like threatening to start a trade war, and it's just the whole thing.
You know, speaking of dinosaurs, did you realize that chickens are a
Skoliki,
lot like little dinosaurs with
thank you
feathers?
for the
I
13
didn't
months.
until I read a book called The Dinosaur Chicken Conspiracy. But apparently the poultry farmers don't want us to know anything about it, so they've hushed it up.
Thank you for the 13 months, Skoliki. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Yeah. Yeah. And Cast a Dreamer. There we go. Here. Let's take a look at this.
This landscape was once the shoreline of a great inland sea, a place where dinosaurs lived. Today, some 60 million years later, it's the Badlands of southern Alberta.
And 60 million. I think this is the dinosaur park
called
formation.
for still more protection.
Bunny in
He
glasses.
grew spears which projected from his body armor.
Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Let's continue this in solidarity with our friends to the north. I think this is the dinosaur park formation because I think this is Dinosaur Provincial Park, which puts this at about 75 million years old, if not older. So not 60, like they said there. Dinosaur Park formation. There we go. Geological setting. Biostrat. Let's see. This is Campanian. What's the age though? 76.5 to 74.4. What did I say earlier? 75? I was right on the money. Ah, there we go. So, rock's about 75 million years old. Great National Film Board of Canada. This is good stuff.
In this place, dinosaur bones are found everywhere.
Ooh, and right there we've got... Is this a ceratopsid or a hadrosaur? We've got tooth rows right here. You can tell that this is either a maxilla or a dentary. This is an upper jaw or a lower jaw. You can tell just based on those ridges there. This is where the teeth fit in for either a duckbill dinosaur or a horned dinosaur. Exactly, Claire. Yeah, good eyes.
What these dinosaurs looked like and how they behaved are questions for both artist and scientist.
You know, there's nothing more baffling than to sit and look at a pile of sediments that are 100 million years old and say, these sediments are 100 million years old. They represent the detritus of a world that's completely vanished. How can I see into them? How do they become real? And you have to take this information up, study your fossils, put it together in your mind, and reintegrate it in your imagination.
I was doing an Indian mural down in...
Is that Ellie Kish? I've got a lot of respect for Ellie Kish as an artist. And I say that despite very much disliking her art in a lot of ways. She's got a very particular style which doesn't work for me. And that's okay. But a lot of her dinosaurs just look completely emaciated, like they are just starving to death. And maybe that's intentional, I don't know. But they almost invariably look really ugly and uncanny. And Weber says the shrink wrap lady well, yeah. You'll see what I'm talking about in a few minutes, I think.
The museum here, and they needed a slide projection show for children, so they sent me up to Dale on dinosaurs. And I thought everybody knew what a dinosaur looked like. I had no idea. And I says, okay, what do they look like? And he said, your guess is as good as mine.
Dr. Terrace says that was the style back then, right? No, not really. This is... You'll see. It's pretty extreme. Yeah, there you go. This is her Massospondylus. Just skin and bones, you know? Yeah.
What I've got to do is sculpture this little creature.
So here, I know that for whatever reason, it might be like a Reddit thing, but a lot of people online seem to really get hung up on this shrink wrapping notion. I'd never actually heard that term from any paleo artists or paleontologists or anything. I've only ever heard that term online up until very recently. I feel like it was a few very vocal people on maybe Reddit or something. It feels very Reddit coded. But there's this concept that like, oh, you know, everybody in the past just absolutely shrink wrapped their dinosaurs and made them look just super, super emaciated. And that is just not true. It's not. I'll show you an example. Here. Grab this. Is this the right one or is it the darkest one? Let's try this at least. But this is the book that was published in 1954. Here we go. Annual focus. 1954. Take a look at some of these dinosaurs. Stegosaurus. Paleoskinkus, which I think is now, is that Panoplosaurus? I forget who that is now. You know, so a lot of these critters are reconstructed being very plump. It's, even these ornithomimosaurs, Struthiomimus here, looking fairly meaty. Allosaurus there. This is more typical. You know, I feel like the egregious shrink wrapping thing is maybe just the influence of Ellie Kish, or at least she takes that to an extreme, you know? And I don't think Greg Paul really did that much either, Deathsaurus. Like, people talk about this shrink wrapping thing, and I think it mostly is Ellie Kish. So Greg Paul's dinosaurs are fairly sleek, but they're also muscular. You can see muscle tone. You can... And he also often gives them at least a certain degree of interesting integument or something like that. Like arm feathers on these Tarbosaurus here. You know, these are toned. I wouldn't call these shrink-wrapped. They look healthy. They look well-fed. I'll put it that way. You know? Very different from this. And this is not even the most egregious example, you know? So let's continue. And Anduza says, look at the pubic boot on that Rex, though. Well, I mean, the pubic boot should be essentially like contacting the skin underneath. Like that's for the animal to sit on. That's why that evolved. So I don't know. Yeah. HD and HB says maybe she previously worked with high fashion models. I think maybe. I'm going to quickly take us out of just chatting and put us back in science and technology. There we go.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Excellent.
What I've got to do is sculpture this little creature in its bone form. And then I've got to fit my legs on him. He's in this direction. I've got two sides to work on, so it's quite difficult. See, and eventually I'll get that sculpture in parts.
Oh man, I have this Leptoceratops model. Did Ellie Kish design that? Because these are really good. If so, cool. And hey Nerdowino, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here, Nerdowino.
Parts that all those parts go into that egg for the child to put together.
Holy cow! I have this here in my office. This is a whole series of Leptoceratops was the first one, I think. It's one of the few times that Leptoceratops has ever been commercially available as like a model or a toy. But there are these. Some of you might remember this from the 90s or even early 2000s. The Tiny Perfect Dinosaurs series. Yes! So I had the Stegosaurus when I was a kid. In fact, I actually have it right here. Here is a Stegosaurus model. Brachiosaurus. Tyrannosaurus. I had the Velociraptor when I was a kid. So the way this worked was there's a beautifully rendered little dinosaur skeleton that you put together. It just snaps together. And then it comes in a little plastic egg, and it has a book and a poster with it, too. They're really good. They're still some of the best, like, commercially available plastic dinosaurs. Plastic dinosaur skeletons, I should say. They were excellent. And nowadays, you try and find them, and they're expensive. They're collector's items, for sure. Nowadays, to find something this high quality, these may have been made in China, actually, or in Canada, excuse me. I'm gonna have to go with something like this. There's a Triceratops one that I have here that I'm not open yet, but it looks pretty excellent. Ooh. There we go. Made in Japan, I presume, or designed in Japan? Yeah. It's kind of an updated version of that. Anyway, Ellie Kish did the artwork for these, and I didn't realize she also sculpted the models too. That's really neat. Very cool. Yeah. Novastar says, have you ever gone through the chemistry behind how we get fossils? I don't know a lot about that, Novastar, because I'm not a geochemist. I don't really know a lot about diagenesis or fossilization. We've talked about the very basics of that countless times here on this channel. But apart from me saying, oh, there are minerals that leach into buried bones either through groundwater or through surrounding sediment, I don't really know a lot apart from that. So, yeah. I do want to do an interview with Steve Clausen at some point, because he's actually studied this, and he's really into this kind of thing. Fossil Preparator is his channel name here on Twitch. Up until this past year, he was streaming regularly on this platform. And he's going to be coming back in September, I think. So, yeah. So we'll talk about that another time, Novastar, but I just want to say right off the bat, I'm not an expert in that kind of thing. I wouldn't be able to give you anything more thoughtful than the other information you might be able to find online about fossilization. About the actual underlying chemistry of that. It's not something I know a lot about. But yeah. Definitely ask Fossil Preparator when he comes back online. I want to do a special stream with him about that process at some point. Internet Explorer says, could humans potentially fly Quetzalcoatluses if they were around today? I don't think so. We're too heavy. Even an animal as big as Quetzalcoatlus, these would have been extraordinarily lightweight animals. Here, I got up close and personal with one in the end of October. 2024. Here we go. There's me with a Quetzalcoatlus. This is a life-size model at the museum in Minneapolis. This animal probably weighs about the same amount as me. Extraordinarily lightweight creatures. In life, it would have been like they were made of styrofoam or something. In fact, this model of this Quetzalcoatlus probably weighs 10 times more than the actual animal did. It's, the bones are extremely thin-walled. They're hollow. Here, I bet you we can find a clip here. There we go.
What this thing is like, except...
Here is Kevin Padian talking about pterosaurs.
Berkeley paleontologist Kevin Padian is an expert on the
I want to do a stream with Kevin at some point, too. He lives here in the Bay.
evolution of flight and the anatomy of pterosaurs.
First thing to know about pterosaur bones is that they have the thinnest bones of any vertebrates. This one's squashed completely flat, flat as a pancake. And it's like it was just like it was run over by an 18-wheeler sometime in the Cretaceous there in the middle of the ocean, right? And it's a very, this bone comes from the upper arm like this. It's squashed completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Yep. Incredibly thin bones on these creatures. They would have been extremely strong because of how they're put together, but extremely thin, and this would have helped make these animals incredibly lightweight.
Except there's nothing in the middle of it. I mean, it's just completely air-filled, and it's squashed flat, and the bone walls are very, very thin. Now, you might think this would make it a very weak bone, but in fact, we checked this out with some engineers at Stanford, and we're working with them, and they showed us that, in fact, the big diameter of this arm is what really makes it strong.
Despite its hollow center, the thickness of the walls of the pterosaur bones enable them to withstand the forces of flight. Calculations show that pterosaur bones are up to 86% stronger than similar mammal bones.
Yep. Check out this cutting-edge 90s animation here. Wow.
Scientists agree that even the enormous pterosaurs could fly. But how?
Yeah. So a creature like this Quetzalcoatlus here, again, probably weighs less than I do. I weigh about between 200 and 210 pounds. So that's what, like... Is that like 100 kilos? Yeah. About 90 kilos. Okay. I weigh about 90 kilos more when, you know, when I'm wearing my boots and everything. This animal probably wouldn't weigh much more than that. Its torso is only a little bit bigger than my torso is, despite having a wingspan of like 12 meters. So yeah, it's a really lightweight animal. If you were to hop on this creature's back and expect it to take off from the ground, I don't think it'd be able to. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they would have had a bit more power than that, but it's a question of extreme lightweight with these creatures. Like, actually, I wouldn't be shocked if it weighed less than I do. They're just extraordinarily efficient animals. So, this idea of people riding on their backs like in Dinotopia, probably not possible. Especially now that we understand more about the skeleton of these animals, given that they've got a super big head and kind of probably shorter, longer wings than you see here. Probably not. This is probably impossible, you know? It would be like trying to get a Cessna airplane, a little Piper Cub or something. Try and get it to take off with your, you know, with a Toyota RAV4 crammed into it somehow. It's not gonna happen. But yeah. And Sarah's Rainbow says, Ark has us building bases on the back of them? What? No. Like, when you think of animals like Quetzalcoatlus, try to imagine them made out of a lightweight material like styrofoam. Like, I could probably pick up this animal over my head, I'm guessing. Maybe not. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but extraordinarily lightweight creatures. So yeah. Golganex says, when we saw a pterosaur bone in one of the fossil labs we toured, I thought of how it completely validated that description. Yeah, when we were looking at that in the Badlands Dinosaur Museum laboratory. Incredibly thin bones. Incredibly thin. Because again, these animals were they were full of air, you know? And Nova Star says, could they have had more wing surface area with cartilaginous structures? No, we think that they did. Yeah. So like in that Dinotopia illustration there. They show it with these long, kind of thin wings. Think of it with shorter, broader wings. Less U-2 spy plane, more Supermarine Spitfire. Big wing surface area. And it may have extended down toward the legs. So, like, I think Prehistoric Planet had a pretty good, probably pretty excellent restoration of Quetzalcoatlus. Yeah, their Hatzegopteryx is really good. Yeah, more like this. So the wing membrane basically stretching all the way down to the ankles almost. So yeah. So more wing surface area would have made it easier for these guys to take off from the ground. But again, super, super, super lightweight animal. Just... and probably a little bit delicate. Here's an interesting reconstruction of Hatzegopteryx too, with just huge hollow air-filled beak, huge, like, just all air inside the throat there. We don't really know what the skull of this animal looked like, so this is an interesting speculation here. It may have been like that. May have been more like this. I don't really know, but picture them full of air. These animals were mostly air. Yeah, big pterosaur. Exactly, Petrodactylus, yeah. So cool. So cool. Novastar says not just gliders? No, because they didn't live in areas with, like, huge cliffs or anything. Their fossils have been found in floodplains and big flat areas, so we presume they would have needed to be able to take off from the ground. But in order to do that, they wouldn't just, like, jump and then take off like birds do. They would have kind of catapulted themselves forward using their arms in a motion that's been called quad launching. So...
this is really not what paleontology is like.
Welcome, New Age. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. There we go. Oh, in here, before we get to this, because we're diving deep on pterosaurs right now. Hang on. Novastar was asking earlier about, about, like, ancient peoples finding fossils and interpreting them in interesting ways. There's a book about that I can recommend to you. Called The First Fossil Hunters by Adrian Mayor. And so, Adrian Mayor is she's like a folklorist and historian. And her whole thing has been trying to look at ancient myths and legends and seeing which of these could maybe possibly have been partially inspired by ancient people finding fossils. And then trying to explain them, coming up with monsters and deities and things like that. And I want to say there's even a documentary about this. Came out not too long ago. Is this it here? No, this is a different one. Let me track it down for you real quick, and then we'll get back to pterosaurs. Where is that? Here we go. This is it.
People have always thrilled to tales of monsters, but there's nothing in myth that can compare for sheer wonder with creatures from tyrannosaurs to woolly mammoths that once actually existed.
There you go, major risk.
Today,
Yeah.
we know that life on this planet evolved over many millions of years, and we have some idea at least of how prehistoric creatures once actually looked, but such knowledge is comparatively recent.
When people in the past came across the fossilized bones of large vanished animals, it begged any number of questions. What sort of creatures could they possibly have come from? How old were these skeletons?
Yep. Anyway, there's the link in the chat for you. Cool stuff. Anyway. Yeah. Enjoy. And I recommend this book. While it's really cool to consider that, like, legends of cyclopses and griffins and sea serpents and stuff may have been partially inspired by ancient peoples finding fossils, that is a really, really difficult thing to actually prove. And I think in a lot of cases, those might turn out to be just coincidences. And so I also want to offer this. Paleontologist Mark Whitten, I think, makes a pretty compelling case why Protoceratops almost certainly wasn't the inspiration for the Griffin legend. This is one of the highest profile examples that you'll see of fossils inspiring mythology. He makes a really good case here to think that it's probably a coincidence. But anyway, don't want to get too into the weeds on that. And there you go, Major Risk. Yeah. Even in the 60s, yeah. It wasn't until the latest 1980s that a more or less complete Tyrannosaurus hand was even discovered. We know that they only had 2 external digits. Anyway, how did pterosaurs launch themselves into the air? Here is a neat animation showing what seems to be the leading hypothesis right now. So the animal tilts backward, crouches, and then starts to launch itself forward. They call it the vault here, using its forelimbs. So it's kind of catapulting itself into the air using these long forelimbs like that. Does that make sense? So not cliff diving, taking off from the ground. Again, these creatures are not often found near sea cliffs or anything like that. No reason to think there were any huge cliffs around. They would have had to have taken off from the ground. So yeah, pretty neat. But the only way that this really works is if the animals are extremely lightweight. There you go. Pretty cool. Here's a link to that video right there. And then we'll take a look at this from Minute Earth, too, which just came out this year. I've not seen this yet. This is interesting. Minute Earth usually does really, really good work. We'll take a look.
The Quetzalcoatlus, one of the largest pterosaurs that ever lived, was able to fly? That doesn't sound right. I mean, look at this thing. It's the size of a giraffe. However, giant pterosaurs' ability to fly is really well established in the scientific community. So, how on earth did this giant manage to fly? Hi, I am Ever, and this is Minute Earth. Thanks to the fossil record, we know that pterosaurs had wings with elongated hand bones, just like every other flying vertebrate. But
so the word pterodactyl, which is kind of an antiquated term for these animals, for pterosaurs, pterodactyl means wing finger, because this is a finger bone right here. So is this, and this, and this. These are the 4th finger, the ring finger right here. This one. They just have a hyper elongated digit 4. Their digit 5, the pinky finger, is gone. But here's the ring finger, middle finger, index finger, and thumb. That's their hand right there. This is a super long finger.
But simply having wings doesn't mean you can actually fly. If you're too heavy for the size of those wings, or if you can't flap them fast enough, you'll never get anywhere. And compared to the biggest flying creatures alive today, the koi bustard or the wandering albatross or even the Andean condor, depending on how you measure it, the Quetzalcoatlus was way bigger. But despite this giant pterosaur's wingspan, scientists estimate that it was only about as heavy as a large pig.
250 kilos? That sounds way too high. Huh. I don't know. I've been speaking with some pterosaur experts over the past couple years. It's like every time I talk with somebody who actually works on pterosaurs, they're like, "Oh, these animals would have been incredibly lightweight. 250 kilos is probably too high an estimate." But yeah. And there you go, addicted to capping. Yeah. I mean, again, extraordinarily lightweight animal. Yeah, because 250 kilos is like over 500 pounds, right? I think that is way too heavy for this animal. But it'd be cool to actually bring a pterosaur expert on to talk about these things. Again, I've never actually worked on pterosaurs. I've never even found a pterosaur bone, to my knowledge. It'd be cool to get somebody on here who actually has published on these creatures, specializes in them, because that's not me.
Now, with the wing-to-mass ratio looking more decent, giant pterosaurs still need to be strong enough to flap them. And while wing muscles themselves are not
yeah,
preserved
okay,
in the
we can do
fossil
that
record,
sometime.
we know pterosaurs.
I know a few pterosaur people. I don't know if Nate Carroll still works on pterosaurs, but he was working on them for a while. I'll make sure I ask around at SVP to see if anybody would be amenable to that. We're going to be doing some special stuff at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology Global Meeting, which is in Cleveland, Ohio this year. I'll see if I can wrangle a pterosaur person to talk to.
Dinosaurs had huge bumps in their forelimb bones and highly
And RCS3 is making a joke here, but actually brings up a really interesting point. What about after it eats a pig? It couldn't. At least it would not be able to swallow a pig whole. The pig is larger than its gut is. It's larger than its torso is. You see these depictions of pterosaurs being these, marauding ground-based predators. But the thing is, they've got a really small torso. They would not be able to eat very much. Where did that go? There we go. This pterosaur would not be able to eat me, at least not swallow me whole. Maybe it could eat a few pieces of me. It could gulp down some thighs or something. But its torso is about the same size as mine. I don't know how that works metabolically. Maybe they would just have to eat very frequently or something. And we think they don't seem to have any particular adaptations for eating fruit or fish or anything like that. They're probably just eating whatever kinds of critters they can find on the ground. They really remind me of marabou storks, and I'm not the only person to make this connection. They've also got this big wicked beak like this, and they just kind of eat whatever. They'll eat carrion, so they'll eat dead carcasses, they'll eat little animals, they'll eat whatever they can get hold of. But they have a similarly shaped beak, and they mostly eat critters on the ground. So they just kind of walk around and eat whatever they can get. It's kind of easy to imagine these critters doing the same thing, but with such a small torso and presumably a really small gastrointestinal tract, really small stomach and intestines, they would not be able to eat a ton of food, and they'd have to be careful not to eat too much because they wouldn't be able to take off from the ground if they did. So I'm guessing they probably just had a really fast metabolism and are probably eating very frequently. It's a guess. I don't have any numbers to back that up. But yeah. And it's possible they had an incredibly good metabolism. So yeah, maybe they did have a lower metabolic rate. So like maybe they're just really efficient. But as a flying animal, most animals with powered flight, ones that flap to stay airborne, most of them have really high energy demands. So they need a lot of food to power their body, especially for something as energetically intensive as active flapping flight. Maybe these guys are mostly gliding from place to place, but they would have surely needed to take off from the ground, like in that launching thing that I showed you earlier. But also, they would have needed to flap. You need to flap to take off from the ground and to get airborne in the first place. These guys are not living on cliffs. It just doesn't make sense. So, what's the deal?
With the wing-to-mass ratio looking more decent, giant pterosaurs still need to be strong enough to flap them. And while wing muscles themselves are not preserved in the fossil record, we know pterosaurs
with muscle
had
scars.
huge bumps in their forelimb bones and highly modified breast bones with ample attachment for powerful chest muscles, just like modern flying birds do.
So we know that these animals had really powerful flight muscles, which requires a lot of energy, you know?
So it's reasonable to believe their wing muscles were pretty brawny. On top of that, pterosaurs had mostly hollow bones
Extraordinarily hollow bones
that increase the volume of their respiratory system. Again, just like modern flying birds, which allow them to deliver tons of oxygen to all those flight muscles. All this likely helped the Quetzalcoatl's big body stay aloft once it was in the air. But getting into the air in the first place is the hardest and most energy-intensive part of flight. Flying birds use their strong leg muscles to launch themselves into the air.
So they essentially push off with their hind limbs. And, you know, since modern birds are descendants of earlier theropod dinosaurs. Here. Call back. Here's Greg Paul with his dinosaurs. Big, muscular legs on these critters. Dinosaurs, by and large, are hind leg animals. They're big, beefy hind limbs. Whether you're a ceratopsid, like this Chasmosaurus here, whether you're a theropod, I guess brachiosaurs are kind of the exception. Their hind limbs are longer than their forelimbs, but even then, their hind limbs are really beefy. Dinosaurs are very leggy animals. And modern dinosaurs, birds, are no exception.
Flying birds use their strong leg muscles to launch themselves into the air. That's why the bigger a bird is, the larger and more powerful its legs tend to be. Giant pterosaurs were so huge that in order to jump into the air like birds, they would have needed truly gigantic legs.
I like it there. Which we don't have any evidence that this is the case. They're not. This is just not feasible. It would also make them too heavy. So what's the deal?
That would have made them definitely too heavy to fly. So they solved the whole launching problem in a different way. They used their powerful wings for the dual purpose of taking off and flapping. And this strategy is so efficient that bats independently evolved it as well.
Although bats don't do it as well, honestly. A lot of, as I understand it, there's a lot of bat species that can't even take off from the ground. If they somehow end up on the floor, they have to climb up to a higher surface and then basically jump from there. They use gravity to help build up some speed, and then they can take off. As I understand it, and I could be wrong about this because I don't specialize in bats. I don't know enough about them. But as I understand it, I've been told that a lot of bat species physically cannot take off from the ground. They can't do it. So pterosaurs were clearly much better at this.
By the way, I think that this is my favorite fact about giant pterosaurs. And bats, of course. Once you look at all the evidence and the facts, it makes perfect sense that these giant pterosaurs could truly soar. They might look too big and wonky, but the Quetzalcoatlus was about as close as we've ever come to a flying pig.
What?
Pigs these days, of course, rarely fly.
Yeah. I think it skipped a sponsor there, but here's at least a link to that excellent video from Minute Earth, and then here's a link to their channel too, which is, man, do they produce good stuff. Well produced, pithy, to the point, excellent. Yeah. And Majorist says bats are criminally underrated for their cuteness. I agree. We might even be doing a special bat stream at some point. I know we did that a couple years ago. I think it was 2024. We did a stream for World Bat Day? April 17th? That doesn't sound right. Bat Appreciation Day? No? World Bat Day? Maybe it was April. Huh. Anyway, we'll do that at some point. Before I forget, let's get into our schedule here while we're on the subject of schedules. Oh, I can modify it. There we go. This week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay, this looks right. We're only gonna do 3 streams this week. It looks like, because Thursday, I'm gonna be on my way to Utah. My friend Ethan is getting married this weekend, so I gotta take off. I think first thing Thursday morning to go visit him. I'm gonna be, I guess, helping set up before the wedding too. I'm excited to do that. It's gonna be fun. And I may or may not be able to stream on the 31st when I get back. We'll have to see. So keep a lookout on the schedule. I'm gonna try and be back in time to stream on this day, but we'll see. And then, as of the start of today's stream, here, we'll probably get rid of this, actually, because it looks like the 9th through the 12th, I'm going to be doing leatherback turtle field work. So, no streams on the 9th or the 10th for September. Maybe I can make this up on a different day, but we'll see. Things are going to be busy. You know what? We're going to try and make this up with fieldwork streams. Yeah. Friday, Saturday, October 2nd and 3rd, 4th and 5th. I will, fingers crossed, be back in Utah doing more fieldwork, even on the weekends, streaming it. So that's going to be nice. Yeah. Anyway. Man, am I excited to do leatherback fieldwork. That is going to be awesome. And then more fieldwork in Utah, too. And more near Moab. Yeah, Crimson. Going to be near... even closer to Arches National Park. We won't be able to see Delicate Arch from there, but we will... I wonder... Yeah, I might even be able to bring my spotting scope so I can show you Skyline Arch from Arches National Park. You can see this from where we do field work at Lori's site. Over on the horizon, Skyline Arch. If I bring my spotting scope, I betcha I can, especially if I hook up my phone to it with the special mount that I have, I can at least show you through the phone what that looks like. That'd be cool. Anyhow. And Nevada, I still haven't even reached out to that team about that Crimson, so that's probably not going to happen this year, but we'll see. And that's neat, Major Risk. I've never actually been inside the bounds of Arches National Park, so maybe I'll go this year, but I have so many other things lined up. And Novastar says, bats make me want to study their immune systems. It is really fascinating what bats can do and not do with their immune systems, and why they're such reservoirs for interesting zoonotic diseases. There's a really, really good chance that COVID-19 actually started because people were doing stuff with bats they shouldn't have been doing. People were not respecting bats. Putting them in cages inside of markets. Just bats are known reservoirs of all kinds of different coronaviruses, including probably COVID-19. So yeah. And October 7th is your birthday, says Sarah's Rainbows. Here, let's see. My stream schedule is dictated by a lot of different things, so no guarantees, but looks like, no, I will not be streaming on the 7th because I'm going to a different wedding. Going to Tennessee for Ios's sister's wedding. So I won't be streaming then. Sorry. But I will get to visit one of the great wonders of the American South. The Bass Pro Shops Pyramid. So I might be doing some tomb raiding there. We shall see. I know I'm a paleontologist and not an archaeologist, but legend has it that the founder of Bass Pro Shops is buried somewhere in the Bass Pro Shops pyramid, along with hundreds of his underlings who they were also entombed with him so that they could serve him in the afterlife. So much of their corporate board was also interred when he passed away. And legend has it that there are untold riches buried along with them. I'm going to see if I can get them. And his wives, yes. Several dozen of them, I think. Yeah. His fortune of fishing, exactly, Nova Star, yeah. Yeah. Bring your slouch hat. There you go, Clairbury. Yeah, yeah. Enough to fund paleontological digs for centuries? Exactly, Deathsaurus. Exactly. Yeah. And Baron of Bile says, I heard the key to his tomb is hidden inside a buck ease. Interesting. Tell me more, Baron of Bile. I might have to do some sleuthing. We'll see. Yeah. And according to those ancient markings there may be unlimited ducks hiding inside as well. Which, if we learn anything from the Indiana Jones series, ancient temples are often crawling with, it's either rats or snakes or, I guess in this case, unlimited ducks. I don't know how they've achieved that, but why did it have to be ducks? Exactly, Claire. Yeah. Yeah. And there you go, HD and HB. Yeah, ducks are very dangerous. wolf-nosed. And big bass in that pyramid, too. I mean, who knows what dangers await within this structure? I'll have to report back, you know? If I survive. Wish me luck. Anyway, this is going to be in October, so it'll be a while. Basilisk. There you go, Claire Burr, yeah. Yeah. You've been there and you made it out alive, Ripsta? So it can be done. If you already robbed the Bass Pro Shops pyramid of its treasures, I would like at least a small pittance. I mean, if you're sitting on that kind of wealth now, just a few gift subs would be... I would appreciate that. Yeah. Fissures of the pyramid. There you go, Major Risk, yeah. Claire says there might be a basilisk inside. Like this? Shoot. That would be pretty cool. Anyway. Excuse me. Yeah. Their inability to echo their quacks. There you go, Rashwin, yeah. Yeah, basilisks are really cool. Yeah. Interesting creatures. They're so crested, says Claire. They really are. Yeah. A phoenix and an old hat? I'm not going to Phoenix, though, Crimson. I'm going to Memphis. Different state. Anywho, with that said... there you go, Claire, yeah. I'm going to wrap up today's stream just a little bit early today because we're getting a little bit too goofy, and I really have to go to the bathroom. It's been 5 hours now at this point, almost. And I've got stuff to get together, especially now that I know I'm going to be, hopefully, doing leatherback turtle field work. Just over there, but south and west of San Francisco in early September, mid-September. I got stuff to get together, and I'm so excited about this. So let's wrap up today's stream just a few minutes early. I've got things to do. Don't go away just yet. We're going to see who else might be doing some science outreach here on Twitch. And let's put an Archaeopteryx under our credits. Hang on. There we go. That'll do it. Excellent. Who else is doing some science? Thank you to everybody being named presently in our credits. From new followers and raiders. Thank you for finding the channel, and thanks for following, sticking around, all that good stuff. From you through to the subscribers and the resubscribers, those folks who make these streams possible through their financial support. Could not do this without you. I would be nowhere close to making a living doing this if it were not for your help. Thank you for making this a reality. And thank you, of course, as Golganik says, to the mods right here. Those folks who form the beating heart of this community. thanks for helping make this possible. We're going to go right into... Pickings are a little slim right now. Alvea's Sanctuary, why not? Follower or subscriber only chat, that's fine. Let's see what they're up to. Thank you everybody for being here today. Kind of a loosey-goosey stream today. We'll be a bit more organized tomorrow, covering some fossil news. Maybe starting off with our daily dinosaur tomorrow. We'll see if I have time to get that together. But thank you all for being here. I appreciate you more than I can say. And I'm looking forward to bringing you some more high quality, let's say even higher quality, fossil science content. I hate that word. Fossil science, education, and outreach tomorrow. Got a lot of things to look forward to, and oh man, I can't wait.